You know, I'm going to be honest. Quote number 200. I have no idea. Like, genuinely, I have no idea. There's certainly some quotes in there where I have no idea. All right, speaking of no idea. Jumping back in. Longdeath continues. The fortress that we're keeping alive for 1,000 years. Most notable event yesterday is that happened yesterday was well, the two most notable events was my vampire went insane, and my mayor ordered the death of somebody and then married that person's wife after they died. So my mayor ordered Sui's husband to death and then married Sui. Like, within days, they got together, hooked up, and got married. So that happened. Wasn't that a Shakespeare play? I'm pretty sure we were talking about that being Hamlet, yes. Jealousy is a hell of a drug. I mean, to be fair, he did commit crimes, but, you know, he vandalized a portion of the library. Like, is that a death sentence? I mean, in Dwarf Fortress it is. We also have Zapdos II, who only feels pleasure now during sparring sessions and when he puts on fabulous items. Goats, by the way. How are we doing? It's good to see you. No goats in the fort, but we do have unicorns. Those are like prissy, stuck-up goats with half the horn. Half of the hornage. We're getting interrupted by great horned owls. Ideal. I carved out all of this space, and I don't know what I'm going to use any of it for. I think I'm just going to start filling it up with statues. Weird, fancy, tall, horse-like goats, yes. But I hope that you're doing decently, goats. So today is going to be sleepy, chill, rambly, maybe short stream. I don't know entirely. What I do know is that streamer gotta eat, so streamer gotta stream. Even if streamer don't always sleep at the best. So, OG viewers of this channel will remember the days where I would stream after working for 8 hours and commuting for an hour each way and sleeping for an hour. So I would stream all day, go to work, work all night, come home, sleep for an hour, and then stream all day again. I would do that twice a week back when I had a normal job. Well, a semi-normal job. I don't miss those days, but like this kind of borderline manic exhaustion feeling is a feel I haven't felt in a minute. And you know, I have to say, I don't miss it. At all. In fact, I'd be totally okay with not ever feeling this again. This kind of sucks, but... Hornage? Yes. I just made it up. Mm-hmm. Oh, Hornage. I mean, I said Hornage, but Horn Age would indeed be better than the Bronze Age. It's definitely either Roman or Greek, one of the two. Although Spartacus was pretty horny age. Like let's like if we're talking about horny ages, Spartacus, lots of oiled up men in that show. But an elven caravan has arrived, ready to trade.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
No, I don't. Not at all. But I do see how the elves arrive, ready to trade. I wonder if they brought us another unicorn. I've just been kind of buying off all their unicorns because they've finally brought me enough unicorns that I can actually, like, buy multiple unicorns. In goat society, your social position has decided by your hornage. I mean, your ability to out-horn other goats. And out-roll in your own urine is definitely how. How many do I have currently? Let's see. I have 1 punicorn. Ah. 2 punicorn. 3 punicorn. 4, 5. 5 babies and then a breeding pair, I think. These are all unicorns. All these white ewes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Did it sound like I was judging goats' social systems? I was simply commenting that they should probably shower before coming over for dinner. Because boy goats very much stink. Very loudly and meaningfully. Wouldn't the closest thing to that be like selling them lead mugs? Or lead goblets, rather? I could very easily do that. I've just kind of opted not to. Well, looks like they didn't even bring us that, so I will just give them the stuff anyway, because I don't feel like carrying it back. Hello again, Taurus. Welcome back. It's been a weird 24 hours, hasn't it? Good thing lead poisoning isn't tracked in Dwarf Fortress, so we don't need to worry about that. Man, whenever I see that a Forgotten Beast is fighting, I have a mild panic attack. Just a mild panic attack, not a major panic attack. Just a mild one. Man, this giant humanoid, I'm telling you. Terrifying. Did it just kill itself? No, there it is. Although it is very fractured. How do you manage your military? I don't understand. Okay, question. How is it your weakness? How is military your weakness in DF? Because the military system is extremely simple. People just always overthink it, from what I can tell. Like the actual way you use military in DF, very, very simple. The way you equip your military, very, very simple. The way you manage and keep track of your military, also very simple. I'm pretty sure they cannot heal. All right, so I think we can take that glass beast. I think we can. That's going to be our big goal today. Let's kill that glass beast. I really want that thing out of there. All right. Who left their meal? Ah. Rotten prepared sheep cheese. And rotten prepared pig kidney. Come on, guys. Get that out of there. When they're flashing blue X, I think it means like winded. It might be stunned. I always confuse winded and stunned. It's either white or blue. And then there's another one that's also very similar. That's exhausted. Hello, Nico. How we doing? I'm exhausted. On the topic of that, I am currently flashing with an X because I have been awake for a very, very, very long time. So today is going to be a lot of housekeeping in DF. Get my gem cutters cutting. Why is there so much random food in here? Just get all this stuff removed. Don't even care if I'm crushing Masterworks. Watch my blood sugars rise. My headache starts pounding. My eyes start to pulsate at the back of my head. I sip the hot cocoa. And I wish I was dead. That's what that makes me think about, Bastad. It's like true honesty. The last time I was this tired, I wrote poetry about my dwarves murdering people. True story. It's a lot of statues. And your first Forgotten Beast? Made out of cat's eye. Ooh, that's spooky. I don't know how strong that would be. I feel like that might be really, like, weak and easy to kill, but it might also be really strong. Anything made out of gems, glass, or stone, you kind of need to be wary of. Killed, like, 4 axe lords. Were you able to get it down, though? Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad you were able to take that bastard out. But you waited a really long time? Fair. He was exhausted by tavern creep. Cavern creeps. That's what I'm going to do with the guy in my basement. In fact, you know what? Let's fight a Forgotten Beast. Why not? Let's fight a Forgotten Beast, shall we? Let's do that. What could go wrong? Yes. That's what could go wrong. Just kind of got to wait for dwarves to come pull some levers. Nothing could ever go wrong while fighting a Forgotten Beast. What is this labyrinth? Well, it's an Etten breeding chamber. It's storage for my giants, storage for my minotaur, storage for my Forgotten Beast pet, who lives over here, who is an enormous quadruped composed of clear glass with wings that undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. Very scary. And now it's like a blizz to read? Like a blizz? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because I'll be honest with you. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. There we go. Dwarves are coming to pull levers. Let's send the Eternal Guard and the Eternal Hammer down here. And I'm going to tab out real quick to close the notification from Twitch telling me to run ads, because we don't do that here. Frame rate's pretty tough because, well, comes with the territory. There we go. You don't know the right adjective? That's fair. I mean, it's a super easy tile set to understand once you've kind of stared at it a little bit. All right. So I got the military in position. Don't mind the berserk vampire who's chained up. Don't mind him. He's friendly. You'd think that the beast would know where I am by now. It's totally open and ready for entry. What's the goal today? Not to screw up anything major, because I've had almost no sleep, so I don't have any brain today. You hate pumas? Pumas are real tough to deal with. Also, you say that like I ever have plans. When do I have plans? Come at me, you glass humanoid. I don't see none. Welp. Let's send the dwarves down here. Maybe that'll coax him over. I mean, no brain is not entirely the best situation, I'll be honest. Let's just make sure that you have something equipped, Dwarf. I'm assuming you do. An iron breastplate? Well, that's good. Is that it? Oh, I see. There you go. A steel warhammer. Focal Fury used this warhammer. It's killed 7 buzzards, 5 buzzards, 1 Kia, 1 great horned owl, and an emu. Ah, our beast reemerges. Our glass humanoid has once returned to the world, as the miasma from his previous kills fill the cavern air. I mean, there really ain't much else to fight in the fort. Why do you want to force a dwarf to go get treatment in the hospital? They should just go get treatment if they're injured, assuming you have the hospital set up correctly. But no, there is no way to force a dwarf to do anything. Dwarves do what they want. Hmm. Does he have, like, spine damage? Because it could just not be possible. Spine damage is a bitch, man. And that's certainly a possibility. Alright, you know what? Not today, Beast. Not today. Unless it decides to come running over right now. Not today. Yeah, check where his injuries are. If it's spinal damage, he could just be incapable of walking. Yeah, it is possible to recover from nerve damage, but if he has a broken spine or a severed spine, he's just done. And even then, you might not want him in the military anymore. It's not necessarily the best idea to send a paraplegic in as a military dwarf. It depends on how tall your map is. Well, the highest map I ever had was 30 Z levels up. Depends on your elevation. That's like asking how far down can you dig. Well, it depends on how deep your map is. Just pulling all those levers. I mean, I've certainly had dwarves wielding crutches into battle, yeah. But no, there is no way to force a dwarf to get medical treatment. I've certainly had dwarves lose the ability to stand kind of forever. And then kind of just never get it back. And you know what? That's kind of okay too. He has motor nerve damage? Alright. Does he have crutches? Have you made crutches available? But yeah, I mean, it would be best to just probably just remove the dwarf from the squad for an amount of time. And once he heals up, then bring him back into the squad, assuming he heals up. He may never heal up. But make sure that you have crutches available. And, you know, just be as nice to that dwarf as you can. Because being a paraplegic is not nice. Yep, it's time to replace him. I mean, for whatever it's worth, being in the military trains a lot of skills that you may not expect to be very useful. That are very useful. Skills such as, what's the word I'm looking for? Management skills, organizational skills. They make very good managers. Perhaps you could put him into a guild or something. There's various different things you could certainly let him do. Elves killed your cats? Well, I mean, if you're actually fighting with elves and you're losing to elves, you're real bad at Dwarf Fort. Because elves don't know what metals are. And all they bring are wooden weapons. It's like the equivalent of stepping on a candy with a steel-toed boot. It just kind of shatters under your toe. Which is why it's like just mean to bully them anyway. It's more like I took a sword to the spine. Less of an arrow. I mean, arrow works too. I used to be a warrior like you. And then I took a iron battle axe to the back. I used to be an adventurer like you, but then Armok retired me. But your cats, well, like I said, you should have managed your cats better, man. Elves are a problem, but like copper is totally fine as a defense weapon. Are you trying to tell me that you can't defend your fort with copper? Because I have certainly defended many a fort with nothing but copper. With literally no issue. Okay, someone please explain to me why there's constantly miasma in here. A steel axis shall cut limbs. I mean, here's the thing. I will often intentionally not use steel so that the enemies are actually a challenge. Do I have a free dwarf? Absolutely not. We do not. The dwarves in this fort get snapped up immediately. I do not have a waiting list. It's first come, first serve. So the reason we have no dwarves in this fort is because, well, they're all named. And no, you have not been in Longdeath before. So if you'd like a dwarf in Longdeath, you got to hang around until one happens to be born. Because that appears to be the only new dwarves we get these days. I don't know. I think that, in my opinion, a masterwork copper sword is almost indistinguishable from a 43 technically. Okay. How long is this fort running? 119 years. Every single one of these dwarves is related to more or less everybody else in the fort. In some way, shape, or fashion. This is my 48th stream of this fortress. Yeah, apologies, Tars. I mean, I unfortunately don't really have a better option. All on YouTube, the whole thing. Whole damn playlist. Actually, this is a perfectly good opportunity for me to test this. So I've set up my YouTube channel now so that the most recent upload is linked. But yeah, it's all in one playlist. There's like 300 plus hours of it. I upload the entire VODs at once. So I just put one up, or scheduled one to go up this morning. So I really wish that there was a Twitch extension. Yeah, Longdeath is the name. Dwarf Fortress is the game. No, this is the playlist right here. So if you just go to my YouTube channel, scroll down, this right here. That's Longdeath. We started 4 months ago. And That's the playlist. There's a lot of it. I also have snuck in a few lore videos, like that one. There's one. Technically have a second one being worked on that I have to finish at some point. But yeah, no, there's something like 300 hours of it now. It's kind of ridiculous. And if you do watch through it, do me a huge favor and leave a comment on every single one. And leave a like or a dislike. I don't really care. Either or. I've actually had some people comment that Longdeath has become one of their favorite YouTube series. Indeed, it is something to have in the background while working and studying. Long dwarven fortresses to relax and study to. And hello, Rosenvine. How we doing? If I seem a little loopy or if I'm kind of slow to read chat today, it's because I'm very sleep deprived. I got struck with a little bit of insomnia last night due to my American neighbors being Americans. I'm kind of done with talking about politics for right now. Oh, I got you. Well, hopefully you're working in a format where you're allowed to watch Twitch while working. Don't apologize for my neighbors. I'm supposed to apologize for my neighbors. Unless you're also a Canadian, GoBot. Also, thanks for joining in with the secret stream on Discord for a little bit. Home office, good shit. Project management, IT, cool stuff. Cool stuff. I know a few people who... I feel like the majority of the... We really need to sort out this miasma issue over there. The majority of the people who watch this stream are either in IT, or streams in general, are either in IT, comp sci, or some sort of gig economy. It's like the Twitch demographic. I mean, yeah, I am referring to my neighbors as in Americans, yes. You're the outlier? I mean, you work in project management. Sort of. You manage conveyor belts in their general directions, and you do some programming. I mean, it's, like, more basic program, but... You're a disaster? Hi, disaster. I'm streamer. I mean, Mad Max is kind of a disaster. Like... It's like more like a post disaster, but still there was a disaster at one point, so it's fitting. You know, it was kind of funny when I was at PAX East in Boston. Me and some friends went to an Irish pub one night. Actually, we went there 2 nights in a row, but the first night we went there, we were walking back to the convention center to go get Ubers back to the hotels. And we're walking and chilling. And we walked past this kind of underground office. By underground, I mean like it was below the ground level floor, like beneath the sidewalk. But they had windows down into their office. And something caught one of my friend's eye. And he looked down. He's like, Leo, look at that. And we're like, what? And we all looked down. And he's like, he's watching Ninja. He's watching Ninja's VODs. So like this guy's just like working there for some sort of like delivery service. He has got maps up on both of his screens, and he's like obviously directing drivers. And on his center screen, he's just got Ninja up, and he's watching Ninja. I don't think you were there for that. You went back to your hotel by that point. It was pretty funny. Because it was like me, DJ, and a few other Sov people. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'd either split and gone back and we were still on our way home, or you'd left earlier. But yeah, you'd gone back. It was pretty late. It was like past midnight. It was getting pretty late at that point. Oh no, I totally understand that. I totally understand that. And I'm generally that distraction. It's just funny when I see other people working with that distraction. I mean, heck, yesterday I was streaming with 2 streams up on my other monitor. So sometimes even the streamer needs streamers as like work distractions. Your brain will be Quoo. Yes, I agree. I have no idea. Actually, I do know why. So I'm currently clearing out a lot of boulders. Dwarf's favorite job to get done when hauling is boulders. So they are all moving boulders rather than dealing with garbage. And I've just got garbage in that room. So because they're refilling these boulder stockpiles, which they're going to be working on for a little bit, filling up this stockpile up here on the top, this stockpile in the middle, this stockpile right here, and this stockpile right here, and the one out over to the right. Because they're prioritizing all of that. Did Dwarfs die? Nobody's died yet today. Because we're putting all those boulders back, they're not hauling stuff I've told them to dump. Uh-oh. Someone might be going to prison. Nope, actually not. Okay. Boulder? Why is boulder a weird word? You have to get a little bit bolder to say the word boulder. Otherwise, that would be some kind of boulder dash. English is fucked. Don't try learning it. It really, really is. I mean, are you saying that Ninja is a streamer of poor quality? Pilot guy? You know, actually, when it comes to like popular streamers, I would definitely put Ninja at the top of Twitch any day over a lot of the guys that are up as big streamers. When it comes to big streamers, I would rather let Ninja just be the biggest streamer on the site. Like, he's so fucking vanilla, cheesy, basic, and just not complicated, unoffensive. Like, as far as big streamers go, I would take Ninja over many of the other top streamers on the site any day. He's like milk. I mean, I don't know if I necessarily say he's like milk. He's more like, he's like a can of 7-Up. I mean, I'm influencing you right now in the fact that you should not get too distracted from work. Okay, well, you put Ninja next to XQC. Which one's more offensive? A royal treasurer from El Paso has arrived. The humans have arrived to trade. Not that we really have much to trade, and what are you doing, Dwarf? Is that really the most optimal route? All of the human caravans have arrived to trade. Look at all of these wagons. Check this out. They're going to come flying into the fort in a sec. He's milk-colored water? Sure. Spitalier, how's the lunchtime? I hope the lunchtime is good. See, the humans have arrived. Spitalier's here. I think Spitalier's human. Maybe Spitalier is one of them's. There's always an offensive person out there. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Ninja is just the Nickelback of Twitch. He's simple, basic, definitely an influencer. Strikes me as a little strange sometimes, but like doesn't really do anything wrong, just plays it safe, and he owns a tour bus, so I guess he's doing fine. I don't like saying milk because then it sounds like I'm saying milk toast, which is kind of a slur, so I try and avoid that personally. Abet states, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much for us to discuss. I'm like chocolate milk. I'm way too white to be like chocolate milk. Actually, just stop describing me as milk. I don't like being described as milk. Coffee. You can totally describe me as coffee. But milk, especially calling me chocolate milk, just sounds racist. In fact, just describing things as milk just sounds wrong. I'm espresso? If I could pronounce espresso correctly. Caramel coffee? Why the fuck would you put caramel in your coffee? Animal. You distress me. The fuck's wrong with you? You have perfectly good coffee. Why would you put caramel in that? Gross. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Please bring us the wood so that the elves don't invade us. Coffee only black. Exactly. I'm a good cup of black coffee. Why drink coffee while tea is there? Well, tea is an afternoon beverage. Coffee is a morning beverage. I mean, people also put carrots up their butt. Doesn't mean it's correct or where you should put that. Okay? They make things to put in coffee. Just because it exists and you can put it somewhere doesn't mean you should put it there. If you want to put something up your butt, put something that's designed to go up your butt, not a carrot, because then you'll end up in the hospital. Just because people put maple syrup in their coffee doesn't mean you should put maple syrup in your coffee. You put maple syrup on pancakes. Not in your coffee. What the fuck? Excuse me while I pour more jet black coffee into my mug. Now that goes on pizza and in fruit salad. Animal, come on. I say that because I stumbled on a Reddit thread yesterday evening when I was trying to sleep and unable to, of carrot up someone's bum in the hospital. I mean, that's a question I don't need to answer. Potato chips. Whatever works for you. Maple syrup makes for terrible. I mean, that's sticky. You want, like, to, like, remove friction, not add friction. Anyway. Oopsies, that's the wrong button. I bet, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. That was a tangent, and we should get off of it. Ovsalot sounds like he's speaking with experience. Also, it's good to see you. How you been, man? There's always someone. Whenever this subject comes up of weird things being removed from places they shouldn't be. Whenever this topic comes up on the channel, someone's always like, I know a person who works in the hospital system, nondescript hospital system, who has some good stories. And so do I. I know a few people, actually. Yeah. I mean, wasn't it like the other day we were talking about, like, various things that people got things that they shouldn't get stuck in places stuck? And then going to the hospital to get them removed. Like, it's like getting a cat stuck in a tree and then calling the fire department to get the cat out of the tree, because in reality, if a cat gets up a tree, the cat can always get out of the tree. That's just silly. I don't know. I was making a joke. Now we're just like running into the ground. I guess, long story short, I don't like anything in my coffee. And please don't describe me as milk. I mean, yeah, and it's no one else's place to judge. Nico. Just drill the thing that's stuck? What? Now I'm confused, but that's okay. My dwarves are hauling crafts. I'm trying to get rid of all these boulders. My traders are getting bolder by the minute. I don't know. My whole goal with that, make bolts. My whole goal with that round of, what the fuck? You know, I need to like remind myself to just permanently delete that one from the playlist because I hate that one. It always startles me. Did they bring crafts one by one? In this instance, yes, because they didn't get put into stockpiles first because they were still making them. The ones that were in bins are already in the trader depot, so it's fine. Seems like a really shitty psychic, pilot guy. Which tile set am I using? I'm using a very customized version of Krug Smash's tile set. If you want it, exclamation point tile set in the chat. I've never bothered to automate them because bins are buggy. So you don't really want to automate them. Yeah, usually they end up in this stockpile down here in bins, but currently we're just in a, well, not in a rush. I'm just trying to get all of these boulders cleared out by making them all into crafts and then literally just giving them away. I don't care. Like, I'll trade them all for one item so that it counts as a trade, but beyond that, I don't really care. They can just take the shit. I don't need it, so let's trade with the first human caravan for bronze bars. Cool. Now we'll wait for a second, and we'll trade with the other one. $130 bins? They should just be putting them into stockpiles, though, assuming you have stockpiles assigned. Ah, it's all good, VadTech. But yeah, to anybody who's new, I'm very snoozy today, so if I'm not normally this loopy and this spacey, I swear. I'm normally slightly more coherent. You're gonna have to just kind of deal with it for today. But that being said, this is Longdeath. This is a fortress we are keeping alive for 1,000 years. So the whole point and purpose and goal of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years. Sounds like you've got a setting wrong somewhere. That would be my best guess there, because that sounds really strange. That shouldn't be happening, Nico. That should not be happening. I'm not sure what setting, but you've got a setting wrong somewhere. What year are we now? Year 124, so year 119. The last 15 years have kind of taken me most of a month, because I kind of didn't play much during December. I did other forts and other projects and played a lot of Caves of Cud, so. The 1,000-year Dwarven Empire. Trade hub. Longdeath. Which has been attracting no migrants, which I find mildly disturbing. I'm not gonna lie. But, you know, it's a good thing that we took a break to play Gift Vault, because Gift Vault was a fun fort. Most of the dwarves, not all of them. Some of them have immigrated here, but like if I select a random dwarf, Sethados immigrated here. If I select another random dwarf, let's say Eternal, the first one on the list, Eternal was born here. Parents are Ham and Apostle, but has no cousins here, just parents, who actually killed Hart. It's a sad tale. But if I select, say, Sparkly, this is all their family that are all in the fortress. Well, so many of these dwarves have passed away. Then these are all their friends who are also in the fortress. Mother, father, grandparents, marital grandparent, all the cousins. If it ever gets released, well, that's a silly thing to say. Well, of course it'll get released. It might take a while, but it'll get released. So there's like kind of this wording that a lot of people have been using with the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress that really confuses me, because it was announced a little over a year ago, like a year and a half, that it was coming to Steam. It was like late 2019 that it was announced. They did the convention circuit talking about it while working on a previous update before they really started working on it outside of the tile set. And Tarn's only been working on the Steam version for about 8 months. So if it ever gets released, I mean, the tile set's done. It's just a matter of Tarn implementing all the new features and redesigning the UX. And he's only been working on it for about 8 months. So that's not that long of an amount of time to put into an update. You have new cats? I mean, good thing cats multiply pretty quickly. Almost as quickly as bunnies. Or cavies. But am I hoping to get it? I mean, I'm not hoping to. I know I will. I've talked to them about it already. So there's that. I'm looking forward to it. It'll be interesting. It's going to be neat to... it's going to be nice to not have to argue and disagree with people about the Dwarf Fortress UI all the time. And just be like, yeah, Steam version's great. I'm looking forward to that. That'll be nice. And before you ask, of course I will stream it. Probably make videos about it. Do all that stuff. I'd be silly not to. You get used to this one? It's anybody who's played Dwarf Fortress for any extended period of time will be like, yeah, current UI is fine. Well, not anybody. There's certainly some people like, it's terrible. Oh my God, my eyes bleed every day. I don't understand how anybody play this. And I'm like, well, I'm legally blind and it works for me, so. But yeah, no, I'll definitely be getting it. It's kind of funny, actually. Somebody commented on one of my videos, last night, stating that it is obtuse, for sure. It commented that it's only going to be $20 because that's what the itch.io page has it set at, so it'll probably be $20 on Steam too, I would assume. Or at least, like, within that range. And someone's like, I'll gladly spend $50 on it. I'm like, why don't you just, like, chuck that at their PayPal then. Oh, of course. I mean, it's very much a simplistic UI. It's just a list of hotkeys and that have commands. It's not super complicated, and it gets the job done. Yeah, I mean, it definitely could use a lot of additions and tweaking and changes and fixes, but I don't know. It's certainly not perfect, that's for sure. Waiting for my broker to get back here. Which one's my broker? Got too many pink dwarfs. It's funny how you say that. Because it's just like, DF started as a console game. It's like, I know what you mean. I know that you mean, like, you know, just purely ASCII based, like, runs in, like, a DOS console. Right? I know what you mean, but it's just funny reading that because it's like, DF started as a console game. It's like, with, like, a tiny little bit of knowledge removed, that means something completely different. Also, hey, Touch Streak, what's up? Yeah, definitely was an Xbox exclusive. Actually, I mean, the GameCube had a keyboard that you could plug into it, didn't it? Had like that controller with like the keyboard in the middle. The one that always gets me actually, Mad Max, are the people who are like, so when is it coming to iPad? And I'm like, when fans port it? And then people are like, what are you talking about? It looks graphically easy. Little run. I'm like, yeah, it might set your iPad on fire, but like, you know. I joke. iPads are pretty strong these days. Those things actually have some pretty nice specs in them. Tablets have like gotten weirdly powerful. Tablet could probably run DF. You want to see the FPS on an iPad? I mean, I could show you what the FPS would look like on an iPad. I just need to get a dwarf stuck in a tree first. Yes. Well, that's not true. Okay? 2006, UI was very much the norm. We're talking mid-2000s here when DF was released, not 1989. It was certainly, like, weird for the time, but maybe more accepted back then. As the game has aged and gotten older, people have become less and less and less accepting of that sort of thing. Which I think kind of sucks, but is what it is. All right. The yellow arrow down, it's not tired. It's one of those ones that I always forget. Distracted. Which basically means like they want to stop working and go do something else. Tired is a slightly different color. I need to actually look at the color key because those ones I do get confused. There is a exhausted and I think it's blue is thirsty, brown is hungry, red is stress, yellow is distracted. There's one other. Is it purple? Actually can't remember. There is definitely a tired one though. There's a really helpful, I think it's called Dwarf States wiki page. No, it's called Status. think. This one. If they have a gray X on them, it means they're a migrant that just migrated. If they're flashing, they're legendary. Zed sleeping. Major injury, minor injury. Unconscious is white. Stunned is like light turquoise. Green is nausea. Or in my case, blue is nausea. Enraged. Winded. That's the one I was thinking of. Is like white. Like gray. Like a gray color. Tired is downward flashing gray arrow. Unhappy, angry, thirsty. Interesting. I don't believe I've seen paralyzed in a while. He was missing abstract thinking. You can make him a library. Means he wants to go read books. Unconscious and winded is almost the same. Unconscious and winded and stunned are all kind of almost the same. Distracted and tired are also almost identical. Bookshelves and paper. Bookshelves, tables, chairs, chests, and then you need to make a zone and set it as a meeting area by hitting M, hit L, add library. That's how you do it. No problemo. Thanks for the $2 earlier, Animal. You have a good one. This will be your next project. Here, I can show you my library. This is my library. This zone in here. These are all my bookshelves, my bookcases. These are some tables, and those are some chests. And then if I go to locations, I can go to the simple library. We have 267 books. We wrote them all ourselves, because if you want your dwarves to write a lot of books, you need there to not be a lot of discoveries, because they have to make their own discoveries to write books. So if there's no discoveries to be made, they won't write books. Also, I have to make some choirs. You know, I've got a lot of tired dwarves. Once we're done hauling all of this stuff and putting all those boulders away, I think I'm going to give these dwarves like a season of just nothing. Just give the dwarves a break. A good long break. I think they've earned it. After I do a little bit of cloth making. Yeah, it's funny, like the first, I don't know, the first 50 hours of the VODs of this fortress are literally just me digging a giant hole, because that's what this whole fortress is. It's just one giant hole. I haven't really done an overview yet, but this fortress is literally just this giant open pit. He'll be back in 1 hour. See you in 1 hour. But yeah, no, this is just the giant pit that we have. Is that supposed to be a joke? I don't get it, really, unfortunately. I mean, since it's such a long death, we're gonna need a long coffin. See what I did there? Knee slap. And this is why people watch me. It's for my amazing sense of humor. Also, could everybody say goodnight to Animal? Please and thank you. Also, last night when I couldn't sleep, or once I decided I wasn't going to be sleeping anymore, I watched a bunch of Ross's Game Dungeons, rewatched his review of Deus Ex, and that review is so relevant. You know, I'm just going to remind everybody that Morton was once a child in this fortress who killed our Baron by scraping their leg off. And there is a memorial in the place where his arm landed after we finished beating him to death. And this is a memorial to Morton. Created by DeBerries, also dead now. The slab reads, "In memory of Morton, born in 15, struck down by hops with a copper pick. In the year 27, slayer of Tapioke, Cobalt House." R.I.P. Tapioke, DeBerries, and Morton, who've all since died. Actually, can't remember. I think DeBerries died of natural causes. I cannot remember. It's been a long time. Ta-ta all. TTFN. Ta-ta for now. We'll see you when we see you, animal. Also, just thank you so much to everybody who's sticking around from the raids from earlier. You know, we got the two very big, generous raids from FG Squared and 2D Carry. And thank you so much to everybody who's sticking around from that. Or anybody who's just like stumbled in from the directory or however the heck you ended up here. It means a lot. Thanks for watching my weird streams of this weird game. And shout outs to everybody with a hat next to your name for helping me pay bills, because this is my full-time gig. I'm funded mostly through tips through Twitch and also some help from my patrons. So thank you for keeping me here. Do you have anything else to talk about, Mad Max, or is it just killing elves? You should open your mind up a little bit. Maybe there's some good elves out there that you just haven't met yet. Having a very narrow focus like that is a bit of a shame. I'm just gonna say, because like there is kind of the, you know, portion of the DF community that just goes on and on and on and on and on about murdering elves all the goddamn time, and it gets grating after a while. There is other things that happen and other things that you can do in Dwarf Fortress that are equally as fun. But, you know, fortunately for me, people keep me here. Think about the gifts the elves bring? Yeah, like the unicorns that we're currently breeding. The many, many unicorns that we are currently breeding. I'm going to clear out all of the pigs. I'm going to slaughter everything that's not... Going to slaughter everything that isn't a unicorn or a cat. Because I want to get that unicorn breeding program up and running. Hot. Whoops, there was a unicorn in there somewhere. Like, it's so nice, you know, getting giant grizzly bears from the elves. But they don't like each other? Oh no. That's unfortunate. You know, it really kind of sucks when you're like right now I'm trying to breed these Ettins, and I still only have 3 Ettins, and it's been a while. I'm not entirely thrilled about it, but you know what can you do, right? What can you do about it? Man, I kind of want to try crushing that Forgotten Beast, because this Forgotten Beast has just been standing in the one spot for a really long time. Oh, I say that right as he moved. Never mind. I was like, if you continue to just sit there, could very easily just crush you, but this is one of those dwarves that I don't really have too much to do. Nothing I can really do for you, because you're sad after being away from friends, and you just have no friends. Well, we need to give you downtime. No luck? Just pasture them together. From Krug Smash's pair of rocks? I've also managed to catch a pair of rocks before, and I've never managed to have them breed. There was somebody who was claiming on Reddit to have a pair of giants that were breeding in his fortress, so. How long since the last vacation year? For me personally, or for the fortress? It's been a while. Today's definitely going to be a vacation year, because, like, yesterday we spent most of the day, like, excavating all of this out, and we've been doing a lot of maze work before that. So I think today, once we get all these boulders put away, today's primarily going to be, like, we're going to make maybe some clothing, we're going to make some cloth, and we're going to make some statues. But aside from that, it's just going to be a lot of party time. Time to go hang out in the guild halls and learn something, damn it. So yeah, that's the plan for today. It's gonna be very much a vacation year. Autumn has come, which means we're about to get dwarven traders. Just realized that the music's a little bit too quiet on your guys' end. By that, I'm pretty sure you guys couldn't hear it at all. The things I don't notice when I'm tired. And an annual tribute from Nilon Abo has arrived. The humans have arrived to give us tribute. Whoa! Is that a kangaroo? Yep, there is a kangaroo. In with my unicorns, scaring them. Let's go deal with Kangaroo Jack up in here. See, look at this kangaroo. It's literally scaring all my unicorns out of their pasture. Like, that's... Gotta deal with this freaking kangaroo. This is just silly. Get out of here, you silly bastard. Gotta admit, the bastard thing is rubbing off on me from Krug Smash. It shouldn't, but when I'm tired, I say words like that to accentuate. Man, I think even the unicorns are fighting. No, they aren't. Kind of looks like it, but... There we go. Tribute is being unloaded. What did that just say? Nothing of importance. I shall screenshot this for Stone for when he wakes up. But yeah, no, this fortress is so chill. Did I get them from elves? Yes, it only took like 100 fucking years. Like legit, they would bring a male unicorn and then they wouldn't trade with me for like 4 years. And then they'd bring a female unicorn after the male unicorn died of old age. They did this on like clockwork. At one point I had 2 male unicorns and then they both died of old age the same year. How you doing, Seth? It's good to see you. For those of you who don't know, well, number one, your dwarf is still alive and about, actually, Seth. But for those of you who don't know, Sethados in chat is one of the few people who's made a fortress that lived longer than this one. In fact, you're happy. What is this madness? You don't feel anything after seeing a buzzard's dead body. I mean, you should feel overjoyed at seeing a buzzard's dead body. You were born in year 1. You're 123 years old. Born on the 23rd of Felsite in year 1. You have a broad body, made broader still by no shortage of surrounding lard. But yeah, no, it was pretty amusing. Like, we got nothing for a very long time, but eventually, after about 100 years of trading with the dwarves with the elves on and off, we eventually got a breeding pair of unicorns. And now we have many unicorns and many punicorns. But in reality, it's about as much fun as, you know, raising horses. They're just horses that happen to be wielding swords. Although I feel like I should probably marathon this fortress a little bit over January, because there is the genuine concern that the Steam version will come out before I finish this fortress, and I will have to continue playing this fortress on this version of the game, not the Steam's version of the game. That is a genuine worry for me. A genuine worry. Not that that would be a bad thing if the Steam version came out soon, but it would kind of suck for me trying to finish this challenge. Well, slowly, my boulders are getting filled. And the dwarves have arrived to trade. Apologies for the yawn. Today is one of those days where I'm almost tempted to just like chuck up a tip goal to just make me go to bed. Also, hey Brahms, what's up? Send a message to Tarn and see if you can fix a way to transfer the files over. You know, I mean, they might be compatible. We never know. They might not be. And if they're not, then they're not. I'm not expecting them to be compatible. In fact, I would say I'm expecting the opposite. Quite the opposite, in fact. But if they do happen to be compatible, I will totally just move it over and keep playing. You like how your militia commander is so athletic that he just collapses before he gets to his bedroom. How many lead crafts is he wearing? That's only half of a joke. So there was a time relatively recently where I had a dwarf who was moving very slowly who just joined the military, and I was like, why are you moving so slowly? And I inspected them and realized that they were wearing about, I don't know, 90 pieces of jewelry, were not particularly strong, and had just put on a full set of iron armor. And I was like, well, that explains a lot. Then why did you pick him as your militia commander? Does he have really good militia traits? I do have one dwarf running around in melancholy, which kind of sucks. Asteth, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft store ship. What do they actually want from me instead of my crafts and clothes? They want refined coal. Cut gems? Actually, we could give them some cut gems. Just some. They want shell crowns. Some monarch must like shell, I think. Also, chat, I know that we have big numbers today, but can I get a round of beers in the chat? If you happen to be lurking in the chat, just type in the word beer. I will not call out lurkers unless you want to be called out, of course. And just want to extend a real quick thank you to everybody who is hanging out and watching the stream today. As sleepy and kind of spacey as I am. Cheers, guys. I'm actually kind of amazed that I'm as mentally functional as I am. The problem is like, I'm not going to be very good at just kind of babbling to myself today. So if chat gets quiet, I will probably just go silent. Because general anxiety and various other things made me not sleep so hot last night. Hopefully the normal news cycle calms down a little bit before tonight, so I can get some sleep. That, or I will probably just be tired enough that I will just lie down and just crash. Which is also kind of fitting, because tonight, late at night, I will be on my teammate Dwarf, who I can shout out. Dwarf is going to be hosting Halcyon After Hours later tonight. Later tonight being 2 in the morning Pacific time. There will be a notification up on the Discord about it when it goes live. Because today's stream is probably going to be a little bit on the short side because I am so tired. That'll be a good way to hear more of my voice. And then tomorrow, because today is Thursday, tomorrow's my day off, which means I will not be streaming tomorrow, technically. I mean, I will be, on a stream tomorrow. Dire stream. That's early? Too early? I mean, it's good for European time. Probably, I think it's GeoGuessr is the plan. Unless that falls through, then we'll probably play Uno or something. But I think the current plan is GeoGuessr. I'm going to take those 2 rose gold bars. I mean, to be fair, we will also be playing for 2 hours. Belug? So, like, even if that's too early, if an hour and a half from then is not too early, you'll still catch some of us. Also, while I'm shouting things out, might as well mention that I try and keep this stream as ad-free as possible. I don't run any ads on this stream. The only ads you'll see are pre-rolls. I'm not going to make you do those dumb surveys that Twitch is trying to make me run and show all of you guys. And we're very crowdfunded. I pay all of my bills through Patreon, YouTube ads, and tips and bits, and subscriptions through Twitch. So, thanks everybody for allowing me to do these really long forts and various other silly runs. On Saturdays, we do day forts, which are kind of like one-shots, where I do a unique fortress every Saturday. And, yeah, today's going to be just kind of a chill day of just letting the dwarves relax and reading about some musical instruments, probably refreshing. Reading about some musical types and dance styles. Just chilling and relaxing. Beerbot understands German indeed, yeah. Squarespace, Amazon, Audible, Manscaped. What else is sponsoring streamers? Quip. Ironically, I've never been sponsored by Squarespace, but I did introduce my parents to Squarespace, and now their business's website runs on Squarespace, and they love it. My dad always was complaining on and off for years about how they really need a good website, but they can't afford to like pay somebody to manage it. And I'm just like, just sign up for Squarespace. He was like, no. And then one day I just like literally walked over there and just was like, this is Squarespace. My dad's like, this is amazing. Gamer drinks? Yes. Sneak Energy. And G Fuel, which is still not legal in Canada because there's too high amount of lead content. Which is wild. Cerveza, senor. I mean, for the States, it's acceptable amounts of lead. For Canada, it's not Voidbit, which is fun. Kindred surprises are delicious. Have you ever heard of an energy drink called Bang? Pilot guy? Because I hadn't heard of it until I went to TwitchCon, the last TwitchCon I went to, and there were like 4 or 5 almost completely unclothed women trying to convince me that I should purchase. That's an item I do not want to be trading. Purchase a Bang energy drink from. They weren't even giving out samples. Like, that's just weird. Like, why are you at a convention and not giving out samples? You want me to buy a Bang from you? Lady with no pants on. No, I'm not going to buy your Bang. Whatever that means. Do I bother building a bathtub for your dwarves? Well, I don't know anybody who builds bathtubs. There we go. It knows a lot of languages. Not all of them, though. You'll eventually find one that won't work. The things they get away with in the food industry in the US scares you? Oh, totally. I thought I added that one. I'd swear I added that one. Corvinus. I like that one because it looks like a little soldier holding a spear for me. Hold on, I'll fix that. I'd swear I added that. There might be like a slightly different or incorrect variation. Try that again. Should work now. There you go. Not that I know how Swedish works at all. Would you look at that? Ara was irritated, wearing old clothing. Yeah, we really just need to finish filling up those stockpiles of boulders and get clothing going. But understand Portuguese, apparently not. Now it Dudo. There you go. I like how my text-to-speech actually gets my dumb, like, sleepy babblings correctly. Apparently nut. It actually got apparently and nut instead of apparently not. When you add, I mean, sawdust is edible if you boil it. I mean, it's not ideal. It's not good for you. It'll make your stomach upset, but you can eat it. There's plenty of things that you can eat. Just question isn't, can you eat it? Like, it won't kill you, but you probably shouldn't eat it in large amounts. One of my favorite survival tactics is like if you're somewhere that's very dry and you're constantly getting thirsty, if you take a rock and you suck on it, it'll actually cause you to it'll keep your mouth moist. Yeah, as long as you don't add too much. A little bit of extra fiber. A little fiber never hurt nobody. Really? The more you know. Add that to the list of reasons why I don't buy shredded cheese. I'll just buy cheese and shred it myself. Thanks. I don't need your pre-shredded cheese. How many times can you eat licorice before you just keel over and die? This man in a McDonald's found out. Totally. Spitalier, absolutely. There we go. Getting those boulders put away. I think I'm actually just gonna get rid of most of this one for right now, just so that they finish this job quicker. You know what my most anticipated feature about the Steam version is? I'd love to actually, I want you guys to guess. What do you think my most anticipated feature about the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress is? I'd love to know what you guys think my most anticipated feature is. Beer? I mean, that's already a feature. The moon? Nope. I'm very perplexed by the fact that people didn't know that there's a moon in Dwarf Fortress. A UI that makes sense? I mean, the Dwarf Fortress current UI makes sense, so... If anything, I think the Steam one will make less sense for a while. No, my most anticipated feature is the fact that we can make stockpiles as big as we want. It's removing the limit! I can't fucking wait to just be able to make stockpiles as big as I want. I'm so excited. You just need to take better care of your cats, man. And just as soon as Spitalier arrives, Spitalier must crawl back into the cave. Wait, back into the fucking machine? You work at a fucking machine? I've been on that website once or twice, and it is not allowed on Twitch. Are you sure that's what you mean? Maybe 3 times. I'm sleepy today. Okay, you're gonna have to give me a pass. Yeah, exactly. I mean, no, perfectly good stew ingredients. Chat, what's your most anticipated feature on the Steam version? Also, Zapdos. Howdy. Also, Zapdos, I figured out why you thought that you were female, which I know might be a weird statement. Your current dwarf that's in the fort, not the original dwarf, your current dwarf is a lady. Your original dwarf was not a lady, but your current dwarf is a lady. So Zapdos II, who by the way is haggard and drawn due to tremendous stress is placed on her, and she tries to live and behave properly, who's killed Aegis back in 121, which made me very upset. Because Aegis was one of my favorite dwarves, and a very long-lived dwarf, and was unable to walk for most of his life, and was a very, very good dwarf. Who says I'm kink-shaming? What? Did I kink-shame? Apologies. Is that blood? No, it's definitely just fruit that have fallen off the tree. It's suspiciously close to the same color, though. You pick up the habit of squeezing 4-letter squares in everywhere. I mean, fuck is a very fucking fabulous word, because fuck just fits into almost any fucking sentence. Because the fuck else would you put in the middle of a fucking sentence? In fact, you could build a sentence out of just the word fuck if you try hard enough. Or almost just the word fuck. It's a very powerful word, one could say. And no, that's also not blood. That's mud. Blood is a lighter color. Damn? Yes. Ah, hell. So what Spitali is saying is his British co-workers say heck a lot. Yeah, exactly. Right there is Zapdos. Ah, heck, piss, dicks. Just piles of dicks. Ass is a 3-letter word for a mammal. Wait, T is a swear word? Squeeze me? All of the dwarves run around. What time of year is it? Late autumn. By spring, we need to be in vacation mode, which means I need to have all of these tasks done, which is just finish filling up those stockpiles, finish slaughtering all those animals, and dispose of all of the bones, bits and pieces, and itty bits. Also, Zapdos, we caught you two days in a row. It's good to see you. Welcome back. And Boshin Man, I hope that you had a good New Year's. It's been a minute. I slaughtered a unicorn full. Whoops. It's all good. Here comes another piggy down for the slaughter. Goodbye, piggy. Unicorn leather armor. Yeah. I wonder, actually, can I select? Oh, yeah, you can specify leather. Of course you can. I only have one unicorn leather, but once we get more unicorn leather, I could totally make unicorn leather armor. Unicorn leather helmets, unicorn leather hats, well, caps. How about this, though? What about unicorn leather leggings? Where would they put the horn, then? They, like, just carve it into a very nice belt buckle. Zapdos is throwing a tantrum. Well, that's unfortunate. Dick protection? Okay, what do we... You know what? I'm not going to say that. I feel like there's more practical things you could do than that. And I feel like that wouldn't be practical at all. Oh, the horn is definitely available for crafts, yeah. You can totally make unicorn horn crafts. I think you can also make unicorn hoof crafts. There we go. That bottom stockpile's almost filled. I really hope that, you know, whenever I do streams like this, when I'm just really fucking tired the entirety of the way through, I always get super worried that, like, the stream is almost unwatchable. So if the stream is unwatchable, I apologize. I hope I'm still, like, at least relatively entertaining. Or maybe even more entertaining in some ways. Somehow still more chill. A masterwork gold goblet. Decorated with unicorn horn. I really want a unicorn horn sword artifact. I wonder if that's possible. I kind of doubt it. I feel like it would just be a unicorn bone sword. But that would be really fucking cool. No, a unicorn bone spear. And then we can just, like, say that it's decorated, even if it's not. You know, we can just be like, yeah, that's totally decorated with that, you know? The secretive mood? Maybe. We haven't gotten any weird moods, just fey moods in this fort recently. We haven't even had any possessions. It's literally just fey moods, which is fine. Winter is upon us as we wait. Ban everything in the fort except for unicorn horn? That's so tedious to do, though. If it wasn't so tedious, I'd consider doing stuff like that, but it's extremely tedious to the point where it's just not worth it. That'll get filled up real quick. All right, we are getting bloody close to the end. Of all of this hauling. The only thing is, chat, you guys are going to need to keep me awake with sound commands, resubs, and other things, because my ability to kind of have endurance today is minimal, so I need your guys' assistance today. And I know it's always kind of the cheesy thing that streamer says, which is like, use those sound commands and don't forget to resubscribe, but no, seriously, like, I need noises in my ears to not fall asleep today. Yeah, like that. Wait, what? Omnivore was found dead. Holy crap, you were wearing a lot of earrings and amulets and stuff. Oh my god, you were found in many different... Oh, no, those are just your teeth. His teeth got fucking punched out. God, that was a brutal murder. Zapdos, you've killed 2. What are the voice commands? You have to pay for them. They cost you money. They are $10 a month on Twitch with a $10 a month subscription, or $7 a month on Patreon. That is unfortunate, man. I really hope somebody saw that. Kind of want to just boot Zapdos out of the fort. It was definitely you. I mean, that's kind of sus, don't you think? When abstract thinking, make you into a scholar. That's like your final chance at not dying. You know, I still haven't actually played Among Us. I had an opportunity to play Among Us with somebody, but it fell through. Didn't end up happening. It's one hell of a meeting that you have to go on. I don't understand these references. You're hurting my brain. Please stop. So, like, if you want to keep me awake, keep me awake. If you want to just make Among Us references, they're just going to go over my head. And chat, you're doing a real bad job keeping me awake. I got, like, no energy left at this point. Y'all are going to have to try a little bit harder. Otherwise, I got, like, 40 minutes left in me. Not going to lie. for everyone. That's not helping. You say sleep? I'll time you out if you tell me to sleep again. That's the kind of mood I'm in.
Fucking donkey!
I really hate it when people are just like, streamer, go to bed, because unfortunately,
Nuclear vessels.
it's January. I have to pay for all my meds again until I hit my fucking, what's the word I'm looking for here? Deductible.
Because
So
you got unicorns.
streamer needs to stream, or streamer don't eat. December was really good for streamer. Streamers gotta eat. Next month. Because that's what I'm working towards now, is next month. Thank you for the $1, Seth. So when you say go to sleep, it's like saying stop getting paid. And it kind of sucks. So I gotta be here. I'm just trying to keep chat moving at this point. I will be honest with the amount of energy that I have, but at the same time, streamers gotta stream. And thank you for the $1, Seth. How do I protect my fort from enemies? I don't get attacked by them. I don't have enough dwarves to get attacked. In theory, we could get attacked by were creatures, and were creatures aren't really a threat because the few times they have attacked, it's taken them too long to actually get into the fort. So they're not really an issue. The last one that attacked us stopped being a were creature before it actually got into the fort, which I think is hilarious. Giants and other mega beasts all just get caught in cages when they show up. How come? Because you don't get attacked unless you have over 80 dwarves. And I've never had over 80 dwarves. So I will never get attacked. And we're not at war with any elves, so they're not going to invade us. You just love teasing me with food that... Bastet, I have an honest question for you. Do you just like teasing me with food that I really can't eat? Or it shouldn't, that will make me feel awful the next day, regardless of what I do? Because it's always just like, slash me, very sugary, sweet drink that will make blind sick. Like, I feel like you just like teasing me, and it's not fair. Cage traps. One of these days, I'm just gonna mute you. I'm just gonna mute you for a whole day and see if you notice, so I don't have to read what you're eating. It's not a matter of likes or dislikes, Boxmas. I like coffee, black coffee, and water, and tea. Would I need a lot? No. I mean, like, this is why I always go back to this. Dwarf Fortress is a very easy game if you know what you're doing. Diamond. Like, I made this tunnel right here, which is filled with spikes that I could, like, stab stuff with and weapon traps, but I made them more for fun than anything. Like, do I need them? No, not really. Then I'll block you on Discord. I don't want you to send me pictures of your food that I can't eat. Like, that's just mean at that point. I was initially joking, Bastet, but, like, it is kind of mean. Well, we're about to hit your 115, so that's an easy one to, or rather, 120. Yeah, we're about to hit your 120. We're on year 119 right now, not 115. That would be subtracting before. Picture Point is just running around toppling shit. Cool. Farmer's Workshop, toppled by Picture Point. I really hope somebody saw that. Nope, didn't look like it. You're evil when it comes to food? I'm going to ask you really nicely. If you like me as much as you say you do, please stop teasing me with food that I can't really eat. Especially when I'm incredibly tired and easily cranky. Just please don't do that. It's just very, very mean and very selfish. Every human has, like, the ability to handle so much teasing. And when I'm exhausted, like I am today, I have about that much tolerance for it. No, I know. I know. I mean, I released a copy of the save for this world when it hit year 100. We'll release it again when it hits year 200. I can tell you already, there ain't no necromancers in the world. At least none in towers. There is part of me that's really tempted to see... Oh, there's a Wolverine fighting with my unicorns. There is part of me that's really tempted to see what would happen if I, like, retire and then immediately reclaim the fortress. I might do that on another save. Thought I already removed you. I guess I didn't. But once we hit year 1000, we'll probably learn a lot about what happens during World Gen. At least I would hope. All right, almost all of the boulders have been filled up. We got a bunch of unicorns that need to be penned. And now I've got dwarves that are finally just starting to do demonstrations again and take care of themselves. How you doing over there, Zapdos? Want to acquire something? Poor Zapdos. I need to take a quick toilet break. I'll be right back. I'm also going to get my lunch stuff ready. BRB. I mean, Zapdos, for whatever it's worth, there's a fortress that's been reclaimed by my faction twice. That's what happens if you abandon the fortress. If you retire it and come back, the dwarves will all still be there. But I'm wondering if, like, the world gen will change it all. Picture Point just threw back-to-back tantrums. Where the heck are you? There we go. Picture Point got one account of vandalism, which means he's probably going to get a beating charge, which means he's probably dead. Eternal is going to go beat him. Well, picture point. Get ready to die in your sleep. I'm going to lock this door. I'm going to wait for him to wake up. Because if he's beaten in his sleep, he's guaranteed dead. Every dwarf in the fortress is that strong. They're none of... Okay, so... Because of the number of boulders these dwarves have to haul, every single dwarf in this fortress is unbelievably strong by the time they're an adult. Every single dwarf. So it doesn't matter who I make into the hammerer. They will literally one-shot anybody with a beating. Like that. Captain of the guard punches a stonecrafter in the head with his right fist, and the injured part collapses into a lump of gore. Just like that. They're all that strong. Literally because of the number of boulders they haul. It's not known for sure. That's just speculation. Yeah, I was just wondering if that could cause a tower to pop up, because I know that supposedly towers can happen post world gen. But I haven't had any pop up, so I'm wondering if they're more likely to happen outside. But anyways, something that I should do though. I need a messenger. I think I'm going to give it to... We'll go with Gate Nerd. Good dwarf, a little bit depressed, but good dwarf. My mayor wants me to make 3 bolts. So we'll quickly make 3 bolts. What dimensions are my tile set? I actually don't know the answer to that question. I want to say they're 16 by 16. And we're going to go to one of my hillexes. We're going to request some workers. You know what? Sure, why not? Let's bring back Metsus, who was expelled. Why not? Let's see if you've changed, Metsus. As well as your wife. You're a novice weaponsmith? All right. Okay, so we are going to make request of this Helix to send us some people, because we haven't been getting migrants. My population is dropping, and I don't like that, so. Literally splattered his face. You know, these wrestlers are like a force to be fucking reckoned with. Did you just like leave and come back already? That was fast. What? Huh. Now. Let's request board guy and manufacturing monkeys back. Because clearly it didn't work. You've never seen a tower post-world gen? Supposedly it can happen. I've had people state that it can happen. I've certainly seen new forts build. I've seen I've seen monasteries. I've seen literally every other building type in, like, myself, but I've never seen towers. Literally every other building type I've seen spawn in. Never seen towers. This is my least favorite comment I get on YouTube, and I get this rather frequently. I wish them all the best, but I could never recommend this game no matter how great it can be sometimes. For one simple reason, FPS death, and they did that in all caps and in bold writing. They already stated they have no intention of fixing it. It's like if... That's such a fucking pity. It's like, if you're causing FPS deaths, then you have no idea what you're doing. 6 FPS for 2 years? I mean, you're an odd example, but like... You also were playing on an older version of the game. It's like, this is running just fine. It's like, if you're killing your frame rate, something's stuck somewhere. The game actually runs incredibly fucking well right now. A lot of the old causes of frame rate death have been fixed for a long time. And if you're still managing to frame rate death yourself, I would love to know how. Because every single time I've wrecked my frame rate in the past, I don't know, ever since Villains, so what, 9 months? 8 months? Ever since February last year? The only times I've managed to frame rate death myself, I've fixed it within the hour. Like, there's always a dwarf stuck somewhere, or something auto-canceling, or something that's just locked behind a door, and you just unlock the door, remove the thing that's blocking them, unstuck them, and it fixes itself. It's like, I don't know what's fucking wrong with you. There we go. All right, so I have an unnamed dwarf who has moved into the fortress. This is Aloth, the merchant, who dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. I think they fixed these guys. I think they can actually do jobs now. We'll find out. We'll find out. But would anybody like to be this merchant who just moved in? Not a migrant, a merchant. I went and name him Cat. That's not how we do things here. Redbeard. If I can type. Within the last season, he felt wonder after communing with Ingush, the embraced roses, and was interested near a fine table. He has the appearance of someone that is 146 years old and is one of the first of his kind. His eyebrows are incredibly high. His hair is incredibly straight. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed. So we're cheating. We're not actually, well, not cheating. We're using another mechanic. We're not actually getting migrants. I'm requesting workers from local helixes. His medium-length mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His short hair is neatly combed, and his angular chin has small-lobed short ears that are flattened. His cobalt eyes are slightly close-set, and his head is somewhat short. His hair is white with flecks of gray. His skin is sandy taupe. Hopefully you'll be back later. Indeed, hopefully you'll be back later. He personally finds those that engage in trade and commerce to be fairly disgusting. Ironic that you're a merchant. Finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful. Doesn't care about art one way or another, and doesn't care about family. So you don't care about family. You don't like trade and commerce. You don't like skill with weapons and fighting. You don't care about art. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Because this is a cause for celebration. Freeways' unicorns have made a punicorn. He forms strong emotional bonds with others, sometimes to his detriment. He is extremely confident in himself, requiring situations in his skills. He is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. He rarely develops negative feelings towards things, and he is stingy with resources when working on projects. Welcome to the fortress, Redbeard. And, I can't add you to a squad, unfortunately. Or I would. Did I get any more merchants, or is it just the one? It's just the one. Yeah, no, I just, it's the one thing that I hate more than anything. I mean, if you want poor man's beer, you can use the beers emoji. Or, HS Cheers. Those are both free things that you can use on Twitch that work. Or if you're very lucky, someone may gift you a sub eventually. But yeah, we have options. You can also just type in the word like Morton did. This dwarf is moving about real quick. I have to use the generic Canadian accent so people don't think I'm American. But yeah, no, it's the type of person that bothers me more than anything, are the people who exclaim that something is broken and the developer refuses to fix it. If you're playing Dwarf Fortress, you don't want a perfectly optimized game. You want an interesting, weird game that is unique, unlike anything else. And in order for it to be weird and interesting and unique, unlike anything else, it's gonna break sometimes. And that's part of the charm. If you can't get down with that, I can't fucking help you. Or you can be like GoBot and just like use channel points to redeem a free beer. You know, that also works. Weren't GoBots like a type of transformer? Or am I confusing that with something else? That is not what I wanted to do. That's the button I wanted to hit. So we are literally just letting the dwarves do whatever right now. The current plan is to just let them be dwarves and hope they don't go nuts. Just give them a chance to, you know, go discuss things and talk about things. Horrified reliving seeing Omnivore die. Well, maybe you shouldn't have murdered him! Ah! That was also the emote you unlocked with channel points. I have many good emotes that could be unlocked with channel points. Is they have no interest in putting the time nor effort to learn how to not break the game that they're playing? Yeah. Now the real question is anybody going to die of old age? Someone died of old age. I don't know who it was, but someone died of old age. Redbeard, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Diamond Destruct. Cheers. Did Twitch break? Not on my screen. I know. Chat, if you can see the stream, put a beer in the chat. I mean, we should do that anyway. Thank you very much, Redbeard, for helping me pay for groceries and meds and everything else that I have to pay for. Did you just get an error, Morton, or? Tribute report. An electrum flask. Fancy. They also brought us a peachwood training spear. Disgusting. I hate it. But that flask, though. What's a fancy flask? Am I still managing the vampire? Unfortunately, the vampire went berserk while serving his prison sentence. So I still have a vampire, yes, but he's berserk and chained up and now lives in this sealed off cell in the wall. Somebody died and I don't know who it was. Stray unicorn was found dead. Somebody died of old age and I don't know who it was. Well, it wasn't anybody important. A stick from the ground? Yeah, just on the way to the fort. They're just like, oh, this looks like a spearish thing. They just like went through some elvish property and like swiped one off the ground. You started work again? Oh no, rip the uni? Oh, that sucks. Wait. As in working and doing uni? Or like dropping out of uni and just working? Or like trying to do university stuff and now working while doing university stuff, so rip free time? Like, what are we talking here? And welcome back, Nika. Although I'm gonna go do lunch pretty soon, so... Twitch is broken on your side? Which is interesting, because I can still load and see my own stream. I mean, I will literally be gone for like maybe 3 minutes. Oh, you were working when you saw the unicorn died. That one died of old age. Yeah. It's a tragedy, truly, but we have plenty of other unicorns, so it's more than fine. Oh shit, they're all doing individual combat drills, because I didn't take them off of training. Whoops. I mean, I just have to go do my injections and grab a sandwich sometime in the next 15 minutes. So. Just other things are struggling a bit? Really, no. Let me refresh in a Twitch in a couple of places. Oh yeah, no, you're not wrong. Things are breaking. Don't refresh the stream, chat. Yeah, this is my following right now on Twitch. Yeah, you're not wrong. Twitch does seem to be borked it a little bit. Let's see if I can sneaky things. Twitch has been dying recently. I feel like most of their server techs are on vacation or like just coming back from vacation. But yeah, Twitch has been like weirdly unstable recently. But then again, the whole of the internet has seemed like maybe it's just me, but the whole internet seems to be kind of unstable right now. Like my email takes longer to load. My YouTube anything Google related seems to take longer to load, which is not related to Amazon or Twitch, but like, I don't know. I feel like the internet's just been slower recently. Is cloth making a craft? Weaving is the name of the craft, but yes, it is. Weaving is cloth making. Wait, why am I doing that as silk? We're queuing up clothing. Fortunately, the dwarves that do clothes making tend to really like it. So it's basically vacation for them. Another thing that I see a lot of people like claiming that is completely broken and unplayable about Dwarf Fortress is tantrum spirals, and I literally haven't had a full-on tantrum spiral in about a year. Yeah, Bellinair's stream just disappeared for me. It's like the other day when everything broke. If chat stops working for you guys, pop in a Discord. Get sub Twitch breaks. Hold on a second. Let's see if I can grab a link for you guys. So, like, my own stream is loading for myself. So there's that. Let's see if I can get a pop out. Chat stopped working a while ago now? Oh no. Well, I'm looking at Discord and chat now. So if you need to join the Discord, let's see if I can put a Discord. There you go. There's a Discord link in chat. If you're not already in the Discord, hop in the Discord and use the Discord to communicate if Twitch chat dies. One of the kind of cruddy things about being a Twitch streamer in the current year is it really kind of feels like they're neglecting people around my size as a stream. It really kind of feels that way. And it kind of feels like we could just get shafted at every turn. I played the Poet of Phrases, and it is really exciting. Excited about performing the Poet of Phrases. Kind of way too curious about what the Poet of Phrases is, but I guess we'll never know. Yeah, no, this is kind of what I'm seeing now. Like, this is my teammate Bellinair's stream. Like, chat's dead. There's nothing down below. Which sucks. You can't thank and drink? I mean, some people are still able to type in Twitch chat. Some people are not. Diamond. Also, hi Kibbs. Your dwarf loves performing. You're a performer at heart, which means since you're a little bit upset, I'm actually going to make you into a performer. Perhaps temporarily, but I'm going to make you into a performer. So, most people are on Discord? Oh, you had to go to MIRC to be able to chat? Interesting. This is like the 4th day of the week where this happened? Yeah, I mean, this happened for me yesterday. But before yesterday, I was on vacation, so... If this happened the day before or the day before that as well, then, yeah, I don't know. Fortunately, yesterday when it happened, it came back pretty quick. And supposedly the day before, it came back pretty quick as well. So, at least they're not booting me offline. That part's kind of cool. I'm curious if this dwarf's going to actually go do the performing thing that you're supposed to do. Ah, yep. Twitch is totally gone now. Well, the stream should still be up, but I don't have quality reports, and it's telling me I'm offline. Out of curiosity, to those of you up in the Discord, can you still see the stream? Like, am I still live? I should be. Stream good? Good to know. I mean, delay is good, too. There's, like, almost none. Also, hey, Padinsky. When are you coming back to DF? It's been a minute. I'm missing you. You want to wander? Gate Nerd the Messenger. Feels excited after remembering performing. Alright, let's see. Because you couldn't post earlier. Well, apparently, like, Twitch is, like, broken unless you're using MIRC. Yeah, that's what it says for me, too. Diamond. All right, let's bring in some more workers. We're gonna send Gate Nerd to go get us some more dwarves. Once again, we're investigating a feature, causing various features on Twitch to not load. Although on the bright side, my bot's still posting this time. I mean, this isn't too bad. And the reason I'm saying it's not too bad is because you can still hear the stream on phone. Interesting. Chat, if you happen to have a phone with you, try and open up on phone. Because, like, Infinity's still typing in chat. Like, chat seems to still be, like, working for certain people. For physical anxiety reasons? Oh, okay. That's all good. I was like, maybe Twitch back up now? Doesn't seem like it. Man, they're powering through making all of that clothing quickly. All right, so, whoa. Oh, never mind. I misread that. I thought that something weird had happened. All right, so we now have a whole bunch of merchants in the fort. We're back up to 49 dwarves, which is good. Which means I have a bunch of dwarves to name. But I'm just gonna quickly go through these and figure out what their skills should be. Linen, you like linen fabric, bauxite, camels for their hump, and when possible prefers to consume shad and hard wheat beer. Well, I'm going to give you that and that. And I'm also going to give you pottery and glazing. I think I'm going to give you hunting and butchery. Don't worry about it. I can read both. I've got both popped up. My channel doesn't exist on your phone. Oh, that's cool. I mean, I can confirm I don't exist, so. All right. So to all those of you who've been talking about wanting dwarves, once Twitch chat kind of comes back up a little bit, suddenly you're all going to get dwarves, or a bunch of you are, because I now have a bunch of dwarves available. So there's that to look forward to. I'm just kind of getting them all jobbed up first. You like hematite, aluminum, resin, opal, and olive wood. Dream of mastering a skill. Stone crafting, clothes making, and leatherworking. Also gave you mechanics. Did I? No, I did not give you hauling. I'm actually going to give you other jobs for once. Kolib also dreams of mastering a skill. Likes green zircon, giant capybara. Although, for what it's worth, I can see my bit right now in my dashboard, which means things are coming back. The other streamers' discords you follow are all coming up with this issue. Yeah, no, it's all of Twitch. It's not just me, trust me. Minimize the window and it had an error pop up. Oh, real? Yeah, no, I mean, this, as we were mentioning earlier, like, this seems to be happening like clockwork around the same time of day, and it happened yesterday, too. Which kind of sucks. So, yeah, it just kind of sucks. That's kind of all there is to it. But fortunately, like, I would actually take this issue with chat dying and, like, the site being a little dumb. I would take that issue over, yeah, my dashboard's coming back online, which is good. I would take this issue over them booting me offline, which is infinitely worse, in my opinion. See, sacrifice is wasteful and foolish. Likes earthenware. It's grounded in reality, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, has a sense of duty, and generally is often nervous, could be considered rude, and likes a little excitement now and then. We'll just give you all of the metalsmithing tasks, and bone crafting. I think that's the last one. You dream of mastering a skill. Like trifle, pewter, red, diamond. Good luck on that. Loon leather and the color amethyst and cubes and breastplates. Twitch, the greatest platform on the internet? I mean, it's like any other gigantic website. It's gonna have hitches. I'm not just trying to defend Twitch, even though they literally pay my bills. Or rather, you guys pay my bills through Twitch mostly. But every major website like this certainly has outages. Reddit has outages. Google has outages. YouTube has fucking outages. Not that often, but when YouTube has an outage, it's noticeable. Yeah, no, it's happening site-wide, and it sucks. But fortunately oh, hey, board guy. Welcome back. So, we brought board guy back. Board guy is 128 years old. Was one of the first of her kind. Was a dwarf in this fortress from ages ago. Was a child who immigrated to this fortress and was expelled due to tantruming. We'll see if we can fix you. We've also brought back manufacturing monkeys, I think. Maybe not. Metzus we brought back. Now this is interesting. Metzus came back and is no longer depressed. Was very much depressed previously. Likes iron. Ooh. We'll just give you all of the metal smithing jobs. Good to have you back, Metsus. How old are you now? Who was your parents? Spitalier and Cryo. Ah. Kibbs the Second is your brother who's in the fortress. Hey, Dredvik. Yep, my dashboard's offline again. Yeah, it's one of those names where I can't say it properly. And they've never corrected me on it, so I'll just take it as accurate. All right, well, Citizens is back up to 49, although technically only 42. The rest are all bonuses. It is kind of weird to expel dwarves and then like 40 years later, call them back to the fortress. It's kind of the neat part about having helixes is you can do what we did with this dwarf, which is expel them and then bring them back. Also, this dwarf already went from haggard or from purple anger mood down to red. So that's interesting. Once Twitch chat's working again properly, I'll get dwarves named because I now have a bunch of unnamed dwarves. Did you hear free dwarf? There's plenty of free dwarfs. Yeah, Taurus, you asked earlier. I'll give you one of the first ones. Join. I don't have a join command, but I can give you one. So you are a merchant. This means you are not actually a dwarf of this fort. You are a temporary seasonal worker, I would say. You came from one of the local helixes, which is connected to our fortress. We sent out a request for you. You are currently content after putting on a well-crafted item, which you acquired in this fortress. You're 53 years old, born on the 2nd of Opal in the year 72. Your deity is Ashen, which takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with Earth. He personally is disgusted by the idea of fairness and will freely cheat anybody at any time. He is somewhat put off by trade and commerce, respects the development of a skill, values romance, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Disdains even the best advice, and associates and family. Disdains the best of advice of associates and family, relying on strictly his own counsel, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and tends to avoid crowds. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and sometimes is uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself. He often acts with compassion, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He's quick to form negative views about things and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. Dredvik, I think you said that you would like a dwarf. You're currently watching a clothes making demonstration. Did I spell your name wrong? I totally did. With an N. Dredvink. He feels wonder after learning about clothes making. And within the last season, felt wonder after learning about weaving, but didn't feel anything after a bath. My whole body is numb. Oh, hey, cool. My view count went from 140 down to 80. Cool. Good shit, Twitch. Yeah. Sucks. It just really sucks. Is there anybody else who would like a dwarf in this fort? You don't want to be a time machine? Don't refresh. Open new tabs, Vic. He's attentive to detail in his own work. He is dour as a rule, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He finds obligations confining, and though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, is curious and eager to learn and is quite ambitious and has an active imagination. Dredvik, your sideburns are clean shaven and your very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is braided and his short hair is neatly combed. His nose is extremely short and his cobalt eyes are slightly close set. His nose bridge is somewhat concave and his hair is a crew. And his skin is sandy taupe. You know what I might start doing in this fort, and I think this would actually be really interesting, is if I start, like, cycling out dwarves, so, like, sending dwarves off to go be in the, like, expelling them to the Helixes for a bit, and then calling them back, like, a year later, like, having, like, a cycle of dwarves. That could be kind of really interesting, actually. I'll wait until Twitch chat's working proper. Unless there's anybody else on the Discord that would like a name. Oh, I see it. I see you, Dredvig. Bastet. Would that be Bastet 2? Do I have a lady? There you go. Unless you want a variation on your name. Would you prefer Bastet 2? Or would you prefer Bastet von Dwarf stuff? No emotes? It's fine. That was an either or, not a yes, sure question. I'll give you Bastet 2 because I'm not sure which one you want. You actually have a husband, Shortast, who we'll also have to check in with in a minute. But you say, I guess I don't appreciate art. You're 70 years old, born on the 18th of Granite, middle-aged for a dwarf, on the year 51. Within the last season, she was interested after remembering a completely sublime trade depot, and was content after putting on a superior item, was delighted after putting on a truly splendid item, and felt satisfied at work. She's 74 years old, born on the 4th of Granite. I already said that. Her cobalt eyes are close set. Her small-lobed ears are neatly combed. Also, just a heads up, everybody, Dredvink was able to get into chat. Maybe try opening a new tab of Twitch to try and reload. We'll see. Maybe. Question mark. She never becomes angry, and she's an unfriendly and disagreeable. Does not generally respond to emotional appeals and has a greedy streak. Doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. And she is curious and eager to learn. Also, should I name your husband Hazard Jeff? Or should I give your husband to someone else? It's up to you. He's your husband. Yay, infinity. She can handle stress, and she has a very distinct laugh when she's excited. She scratches her nose when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Jeff. I put on a well-crafted item. I am content. He is married to Bastet II. Clasp sack. Also, Bastet, your last name is Clasp sack. If that's not a loot alert, I don't know what is. Some work? Some work for what? Also, I just refreshed Jess's stream, and I can see it now. I also just refreshed Bellinair's stream, and I got a time machine. I just refreshed Jess's stream, and I got a Jess. So, we making progress, sorta? Question mark? You know, I'm just gonna blame Redbeard for this. I think Redbeard gifted a sub, and it just broke all of Twitch. Like, clearly subscriptions to my channel are just so valuable that, like, it just broke all of Twitch. So, Jeff has very long sideburns that are braided. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is braided. His hair is clean shaven, and his slightly close-set cobalt eyes have very large irises. His nose is extremely short, and his ears are somewhat short. His hair is ecru, and his skin is sandy tow. He personally sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Only rarely feels strong cravings and urges, and is grounded in reality. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and has a sense of duty. Often feels nervous and could be considered rude. Likes a little excitement now and then, and tends to be passive in discussions. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and I see people typing in my Twitch chat. Yeah, it's neat that, like, phone is working for you, Infinity. I will say this, Twitch is not as broken as yesterday, but it's maybe more broken in some ways. It's also taking longer to come back, which kind of sucks. He does not go out of his way to help others and has a greedy streak. Often feels envious of others, and he laughs in a unique way whenever he's annoyed. And he worships the god of Shistask. I don't know how to pronounce that. The god of disease and death takes the form of a male dwarf of the ignited creation. Hello, pizza. Welcome back to Twitch chat. In the realm of Twitch, where Twitch is Twitchy. I still have 2 more unnamed Dwarf. Two more unnamed Dwarf. DA, if you would like a dwarf, I don't know what your name on Twitch is, because you're on Discord. I can give you a dwarf. I just need to know what your Twitch name is. Yeah, it's all good. It's Mad Max. All right, we'll go with... Vadtech seems to be back. Within the last season, she felt pleasure. Ooh. After putting on an exceptional item. Pleasure after putting on a truly splendid item. Content after putting on a finely crafted item. And content after putting on a superior item. All these new dwarves are just like walking into the fortress and they're like, look at all this wealth! She's 52 years old, born on the 21st of Hematite in the year 73. Do you have any family? Nope. And you worship a boring god too. The Fuchsia, god of Earth. Sorta? Well, I mean... GDQ went from 110,000 viewers down to 60,000 viewers, so like everybody's kind of getting fucked right now. It just sucks. Just sucks. She personally finds romance distasteful and dreams of mastering a skill. No channel page? All you really need is my face, let's be honest. All you really need is my face. And dwarfs, obviously. I'd say it's an improvement. Maybe even. She never falls in love or develops positive feelings. She is swayed by emotional appeals and she is very impolite, considerate of property, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She doesn't often feel envious of others and she has a greedy streak. She doesn't often experience strong cravings and urges. She is slow to anger. She has little interest in joking around and she doesn't seek out excitement. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Well, that's good. At least people still have badges. We have 1 dwarf left. I'm going to give this one to Twitch chat. Does anybody in Twitch chat want to enter into Longdeath? Because we requested workers from one of the local helixes. So I have a bunch of dwarves that have come back. Would you like a dwarf? Would anybody like a dwarf? Somebody probably pissed off AWS. That or like the server tech fell asleep. Well, I was able to load Belinair's stream. There's still none of this stuff, but like... And I don't think chat's working, but I was able to load it. Well, we'll just let the game run for a minute. So these dwarves are going to go pick up equipment, and then they will go be dwarves in the fort. A little bit of stutter there. Everything is so much easier when you just tell the truth. That's a very deep line for the captain of the guard to say. I'm really curious about the dwarves that have just rejoined the fort after so long of being away. By that I mean, oh, you're back. You're still red, which isn't ideal, but oh yeah, I've got both up. I can see them both. Like, I literally just have chat up on one half of the monitor and Discord up on the other half. I mean, Twitch breaks Diamond Destruct. You get a dwarf and a subscription to the channel. You worship Shin, Oten Tokan Angid. You worship Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks, who's cursed one dwarf, Zoloro, who lives in our wall. He is delighted, and Vadtech, there will be more opportunities. He is delighted after putting on an exceptional item. Within the last season, was delighted after putting on a truly splendid item. Content after putting on a well-crafted item. Unsatisfied at work, but didn't feel anything after seeing a buzzard's dead body, and blissful after a bath. And he felt satisfied at work. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his very short hair is neatly combed. His cobalt eyes have very large irises, and his extremely narrow, small-lobed ears are flattened. His nose is short, and his nose bridge is somewhat concave. His sandy taupe skin is slightly wrinkled. Chairs like that are fun. Gotcha. In Dwarf Fortress, you don't really get the village idiot immediately. That's something that develops, right? So you might go start being an idiot after you've been in the fortress for a little bit, but you kind of have to start off as a, like, normal fort. Oh, is that Kiri's, like, D emote? I love it. Over on Discord. That's great. I heard she was getting it, but I hadn't seen it yet. He values hard work and does not care about family one way or another. Dreams of mastering a skill, finds humor in most situations, and seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. Is often quarrelsome and bothered by this, as he values friendship. Tends to think that before acting and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. And he has a tendency to focus, with a narrow focus, on the current activity. He is quite comfortable with those that have a different appearance or culture, and he is quite polite. Has a calm demeanor and a greedy streak. He is grateful when others help him out, tries to return favors, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind work being outdoors, at least for a time. Alrighty, audio. We'll see you when we see you, man. I know how it is. Shit sucks. My dwarves are just powering through all that clothing that's getting made. Ping you if the site starts working again? I'll try my best to remember. Hey, chat, everybody at audio on Discord when the site starts working again. Yeah, I was trying to type in somebody else's chat to see if it worked, but my dwarves are all just making clothing right now. Curious if I love how all of those new dwarves that just so this is actually an old bug. When you request workers from local hillixes and they all just kind of show up as and they all just kind of show up as merchants. That's actually a bug, but at least they do jobs now. Originally, they wouldn't be able to be assigned to do anything. They would just kind of hang around. But at least they do jobs now. Although they're going to be picking stuff up for a bit first. Because I think they show up naked? Actually, I think they show up with literally nothing on. It's been a long while since you played DF. Oh, really? What was the last version that you played, if you can remember? Well, for what it's worth, my view count just went up by 10. Maybe stuff's getting fixed. What time did this happen yesterday? Yeah, it was like okay, so yesterday this started at 12:37. Yesterday Twitch tweeted about this at 12:37. Today it was 12:59 my time. The heck? That's fucking goofy. It's within 10 minutes. Little Bonsai, thanks for that Prime sub. Well, something's working. Is the site just back now? I don't know. Regardless, thanks for that Prime sub. First, like, new sub of the day, that's for sure. If there is anybody in Twitch chat, could I get a round of beers? I don't know, Twitch is on fire, and it has been for the past hour. And if you happen to be in Discord, could I get a round of beers? Because if you saw that, you should post beers. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Like, I wish I knew. Unable to load available emotes. Well, balls. We're trying our damnedest. Hey, you know, they still have the ability to let you throw money at the broken website. So, you know, that's that. I like that nothing is broken for you, Kibbs. That's just funny. See, this is what happens when you support my stream on Patreon. Everything just works. I still need some more plant cloth.
No, this isn't looking good.
I mean,
Not good at all.
that worked. I don't know how I feel about all this. So much mixed feels. Wonder if these merchants are claiming bedrooms. Well, I mean, they're pretty happy so far. I'm in Destruct, very happy. But seriously, little bonsai. Thank you very much for that Prime sub. Goes a long way. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the emotes. Yeah, it's frustrating, Bastet. It's frustrating. I don't mind it when this stuff happens occasionally. It's when it happens like multiple days in a row. That's just frustrating. It's looking like half the internet just had a mild stroke. What sites are down? If I can ask. You're Bach? I mean, I'm also Bach. Yeah, Twitch is just dumb. Hello, Nando. You left your computer 4 hours ago. This is the first time seeing Def. It looks complicated, but interesting. Well, it's free, so regardless of how complicated it looks, you can just try it. Who were you watching 4 hours ago? Because I got rated by FG Squared and 2D Curie, so it could have been either of those. Both members of my stream team. Unless, like, somebody else rated FG Squared or 2D Curie, in which case it's possible that somebody rated one of them and then you got rated into me from them. There's many possibilities here. Many different possibilities. Yeah, I mean, they did get rid of PogChamp, which is good. Twitch and Twitter and DoorDash are all down. That's random. Why DoorDash? I wonder why DoorDash is down. 2021, man. 2021. Here, I'll link this on Discord for people too. This is the link that was just plopped into Oh wow, Xbox Live, DoorDash, AOL, fucking Madden. Well, no one cares. Rainbow Six Siege, Halo, Minecraft, Imager, RIP. Speaking of Imager, Imager makes you watch a 30-second ad to upload an image now. I don't like that. And then they're like, hey, give us money. And I'm like, why? EA Games and nothing of value was lost. Discord's getting a little laggy, probably because everybody's suddenly on Discord instead of Twitch chats. GoDaddy went down. Christ, fucking GoDaddy went down. Or at least had a big old lag spike. BattleNet had a big old chunk for a second there. Jesus. And yeah, no, literally half the internet had a fucking stroke. Oh, hey, I just fully loaded Bellinair's stream. Fully loaded everything. Let's see if I can load Jess. Let's find out. Jess? Please? Okay, well, making progress. But yeah, no, you weren't joking when you said half the internet had a fucking stroke. I need to sneeze. Hold up. Bleh. You were watching the Simcopter. Ah, yes. Sim raids curious sometimes. Big fan of Sim. He actually swung by and subbed to me recently, which was interesting. It's been a while since I've seen Sim. Good person. Yeah, it's just raids all the way down. But anyway, yeah, no, this is Dwarf Fortress. I spend way too much time playing this game. This fortress isn't actually the greatest representation of what Dwarf Fortress looks like because we're trying to break a world record with this by a lot. So the oldest heavily documented dwarven fort in Dwarf Fortress is did my mayor just trip? I'm confused. Zapdos has committed a crime. Are you going to die? Potentially. Looks like my captain of the guard is about to go beat Zapdos with a book. Ooh, and he did. Sorry, Zapdos. Did you actually beat him with the book? No, it doesn't look like he beat him with the book. He just punched him. Definitely, like, smacked him in the chin and broke his neck. That's dark. The captain of the guard punches the militia captain in the head with his right hand, bruising the muscle and fracturing the skull. The force twists the neck, tearing apart the fat and tearing apart the upper spine's nervous tissue. A tendon in the upper spine has been torn, and the captain of the guard punches the militia captain in the head with his left hand. The injured part collapses into a lump of gore. Yep. Gotta love the public executions. Literally threw the book at him. Oh, and then fucking Vinsati just like runs up and grabs the lunch. So, the dwarf that just got killed by the police, basically, was carrying some prepared sheep meat, probably for his lunch, right? And then fucking Vinsati just runs over here, grabs it, and is gonna go put it away. Also, I love the fact that Vinsati's wearing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14 amulets on his head. How do you wear an amulet on your head? Is it like draped around his ears? Over his ears? Welcome back, Mad Max and Bastet. All in the Twitch chit. People are coming back to Twitch. Slowly. My view count went up by another 10, so there's that. Stuff's not fully up on my end, though. Gredvik's back. Morton's back. Yeah, I still can't type in chats. Well, Bonsai, hello. Thank you for the managing to prime sub in the middle of that. There we go. I can type in Twitch chats now. Yeah, everybody at Audio Coaster. Everybody's just gonna keep adding Audio Coaster. Okay, I get it. Stop. I mean, he did say pygmy. Welcome back, Audio. Are we alive? Are we back? So I don't know how much of that stuff that you caught of what I was doing, but I demanded workers from both of the Hillixes, which both have much larger populations than ours. And so now we are technically on paper at 41 dwarves, but we have 48 populations, so that's good. A little bit more of a population. Also, Kibbs, I set up as a bard who's felt pleasure near a fine door and accepting after being nauseated by the sun, but was angry after dwelling upon being thrown into an argument, which is unfortunate. You don't ever want to dwell upon being thrown into an argument. You want to get over it. What time of year is it? I don't even know. I was so distracted by the internet exploding again. It's late spring, not bad. You're 25. Cool. Except for my channel logo, it's fine. It's just a skeleton. It's literally just a self-portrait of me. Just a little dead guy. Well, I think that now is a good time to call for a big old round of beers in the Twitch chat. Let's see how many people actually are here. I know that we kind of were already doing that anyway. That's interesting, Infinity. Yeah, it looks like we back online. Everything on my end is back online. It looks like everything's back online anyway. There you go, Diamond. Now you can take advantage of your brand new sub. Now we just need those other peoples who don't have little skulls next to their name to get little skulls next to their names. The nice thing about this stream is generally if somebody's talking in the chat, they deserve a subscription. Feels gratitude remembering being rescued. Interesting. They consider being taken from the hillocks and dropped off and hired as workers in the fortress. They consider that being rescued. That's interesting. I know that migrants always considered that being rescued, but that's interesting. Pilot Guy, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Morton. Welcome back, Morton, for a 4th month. It's been 4 months, more or less. Ooh, we get to see a battle of the Titans. Exciting. The Forgotten Beast, Nosimul Usamadasor, has come, an enormous humanoid composed of Savarite? What the fuck is Savarite? Has a knobby shell and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its poisonous gas. So, we now have 2 green humanoid forgotten beasts in the basement. This one is a great humanoid composed of green glass, a straight tail, and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its deadly dust. So we ain't gonna go anywhere near to this thing, because this thing is really fucking scary. So, new Forgotten Beast is fighting with a, what? Cave Toad? Literally just murdered him. The question is, are we going to get a Clash of the Titans? I don't believe I've ever seen a Forgotten Beast made out of that particular type of gem before. All right, and then the other Forgotten Beast is fighting with troglodytes up here. So we've got glass and gem beasts. So much blood. So much violence. Kind of sucks because it's going to be really hard to tell them apart, but... God. Welcome back, Freeways. No, they don't all undulate rhythmically. It's just one trait that they can have. One of the many traits. And thanks everybody for hanging in there throughout all of that. Also, if anybody's feeling generous, Renee deserves a sub, just a heads up. I really want to see these 2 giant humanoids fight. I will stare at this until we get there. Let's see what the other one's up to. Still picking on the damn troglodytes. Problem is there's water in between the 2 of them. Is that a giant cave spider? That's a giant cave spider. Oh, damn. Ooh, that spider got wrecked. Shit. There's so much blood. Like, that's a pile of vomit. Ichor, vomit, vomit, more vomit, blood, splattering of blood, pools of blood, more vomit. It's disgusting. Human caravan has arrived. Hey there, Psychon. We're in, tricky spot, because, well, there's two, Forgotten Beast humanoids that are both made of very scary materials in the basement, and I'm hoping that they'll fight. You got here just in time, though, because, Twitch was very broken a minute ago, and is now consistently, less broken. So they are on the opposite sides of this lake. I wonder if I'm assuming they can swim. They might just not know that each other are here. Hey, there is your obligatory test message. Well, if you ever tune in and you're like, streamer's live, but like chat's not working, try and type through Discord. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. World is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? I just screwed that up. Remember, trade agreements strengthen bonds. Please consider an import agreement next year. Because I was just screwing up and hitting the wrong button. How much pretty things will get knocked off those Forgotten Beasts when they fight? It'll be like shards of glass and bits of gem. Truly beautiful. The problem is, uh-oh. So I just saw the other one up there in the top left. I wonder if it's gonna come back around. The game isn't paused. The merchants are unloading their trade goods. So the other Forgotten Beast went up into the top left up there. Which means it's probably killing some naked mole dogs or some crundles or some troglodytes or something back there. It's got to be working on something. All right, we had movement for a second there. Diamond, thank you very much for continuing that gift stub that you were gifted by Redbeard. Cheers. Hey, Moopin. Twitch is on fire. Yeah, Twitch is on fire. Yeah, Twitch is on fire. Chat, round of beers. It's good to have you around for a bit, Diamond Destruct. Man, I keep on hoping the other one's going to come flying around the corner. Patolus has grown to become a peasant. Well, would you look at that? It's blissful after sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace and feels euphoric due to inebriation, as any good dwarf should. Likes tetrahedrite, aluminum, sapphire, and giant gray langur tooth. The color beige, amulets and chains, and dark gnomes for their ability to hold liquor. And that's not something you see very often. Dark gnomes for their ability to hold their liquor, and the words of the key of outrage. Well, you like tetrahedrite, aluminum, sapphire, giant gray langur tooth, beige, amulets, and chains. Well, I can give you a bunch of different crafts. I can give you leatherworking, stoneworking, bone crafting, weaving, glazing, and pottery. Those are all kind of the popular ones here. I'll give you all those, give you all those. I'll give you armoring, Stone detailing. That'll do. Welcome to the workforce, Patolus. Man, I really hope they don't leave the map. I mean, Twitch broke, but like, I'm just happy the streams didn't go down, you know? Like, sometimes Twitch breaks and it's like, well, chat stops working. And it's like, you know, we can kind of get by. Like, we have alternatives for chat, but like, there's definitely times where it's like, well, yeah. Literally staring at this beast because I want to see that other one pop out. Really would like to see that other one pop out. We're posting if possible with permanent EU. It's just did something I don't know. Didn't start auto pay for Redbeard. Didn't start an auto pay. Well, it so if somebody gifted you a subscription, that's a one-time transaction for that one subscription. So it's not going to charge them again. And because you got the notification for the next one, it is going to charge you when the subscription rolls over. So in 30 days, when your current subscription ends and yours takes over, Twitch will charge you. So currently, like, if you haven't been charged yet, that's as intended. That's by design. If that makes sense. Hope that makes sense. Should make sense. Man, what are the odds that the other Forgotten Beast kind of ran off into the darkness up on the top left and just, like, died to a troglodyte? You don't have payment enter ever? Then it'll auto-cancel when the gift sub runs out instead of auto-renewing like you have it currently set to. So regardless, you'll be fine. It'll be okay. Don't worry. Is all I'm trying to say. And if it canceled out, then you can, if you want to resub then at that point, then you can. So yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Although there was one time I managed to break, back when Twitch had a different payment platform, that wasn't the current one, I managed to break Twitch to the point where I had 2 subscriptions to the same channel at the same time on the same account. I somehow managed to sub twice, and it was and then I unsubscribed from the channel 2 months later, and Twitch was charging, well, it was Exolia specifically, was charging me twice. So for every subscription I used, or every month I would get charged twice and keep the 1 sub. I unsubscribed from the channel, and then they basically just like were charging me for 1 after that, but Twitch didn't list me as having a sub, so I reached out to Twitch support, and they were like, you have to take that up with Exolia. I reached out to Exolia, and they were like, oh, fuck, and refunded me all of the money for all of the subscriptions I had to that one person, which was interesting. I hope that person still kept... I assume they would keep their payment. It was, like, on Exolia, but it was very strange. Yeah. So I was like, well, do you guys remember when they did 50% off subscriptions? It was back then. Audio. Everybody's gifted 13 subs. You and Pilot Guy have both gifted 13 subs. That's funny. Thank you very much for gifting a sub to Moopin. Moopin, welcome back. Enjoy the Dwarfs. Go crypt pog at somebody. Yeah, when September used to be good, right? Anybody else remember gifting out like 10 subscriptions because there were $2.50 a piece? God, that was great. Everybody unlocked emotes that month. Everybody. When you just went and subbed to like 5 friends at tier 3 because you fucking could. Man. The good old days. They brought all the wood that we need. Which is probably why they stopped. I mean, it was a good promotion. You remember dumbasses getting banned for gifting themselves too many subs at profit? How do you get a profit from that? I guess actually gifting tier 3 subs at 50% off would technically pay you a profit if you were a partner. Huh. Interesting. Because partners get a higher percentage of the higher tier subs. That's fucky. Yeah, that's probably why they stopped doing it. Although I know somebody who got affiliate, and like was always kind of a hobby streamer, and then when Twitch added the option for affiliates to get more emotes when they got subscribers, just immediately went and gifted himself 50 subs. He just went to his own channel and just gifted out 50 random community subs just immediately. It's just like, well, I mean, I want the emotes. When I heard he did that, I was like, really? This fucking guy. Appear learning the moss of grasping is a great treasure. We respect that this is no mere trade. Fortunately, it's just a named breastplate. It's fine. Crappy one, too. Did Twitch get rid of Exolia? In certain regions, yes. In some regions, you still have to use Exolia, and it sucks. But at least in my region, Canada, we don't have Exolia anymore. Now it's just PayPal and Amazon Pay. And I think you can just direct pay with credit card too. Without using Amazon Pay? I think you can. Or maybe you have to use Amazon Pay if you're just using credit card. I don't actually know there. You know, I'm taking, tomorrow's my day off, right? So I'm going to not be streaming tomorrow. Although there might be a night stream tonight because I will be doing some stuff with Dyer in the middle of the night. So might as well do a night stream into that. But like, I don't really understand why Twitch is breaking like this so consistently. Like it's not just Twitch. Like if half of the internet's having a stroke at like noon every day, something else is going on. And it's probably not Twitch's fault directly. It's weird. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this stuff, chat. Like, I don't want to get all conspiracy theorist, but like, it's probably aliens sending down shockwaves. Speaking of aliens, well, actually, this has nothing to do with aliens. I have a new favorite conspiracy theory, which is the world ended in 2012, and the particle collider made a black hole, and we're actually living in the event horizon, which is why time is slowing down, and people are going crazy. And it's slowly, like, dissolving us. Which is, like, an incredibly easy to disprove conspiracy theory, and is completely fucking false in every which way. But it's one of those ones where it's like, I kind of like it, you know? Sort of like Finland doesn't exist. It's a conspiracy theory I can get behind, but also, like, totally tongue-in-cheek it to the point where I just don't even care. In the Eastern EU, a hacker killed half of the internet for like 10 minutes. I mean, wasn't there like a 10-year-old in like 2007 who took down Yahoo for fun? I remember reading something about that. Although it's Yahoo. Does anybody actually work at Yahoo anymore? I've been wondering that for a very long time. Who actually works at Yahoo? Yeah, exactly. Don't let the truth get in the way of a fun conspiracy theory, which is why my podcast has an episode about flat Earth theory. Only owls work at Yahoo? Only grandmas. There's probably some very smart people working at Yahoo. Well, I mean, Verizon owns a lot of shit. Just because you're pumping reanimating juices into a corpse doesn't mean it's anything less than a corpse. And that's what Yahoo is. A fucking corpse. I'd be willing to bet that Yahoo only still exists because it's the default Tahoo? Yeah, sure. Hey, James, what's up? How's things? Yahoo, yeah. Not to be confused with Yeehaw. Completely unrelated. You do know that one of AOL dial-up's last employees is a subscriber to this stream, right, Audio? I'm not gonna out who it is, but someone who watches my stream who's a subscriber to this stream is one of the IT guys managing AOL dial-up internet in the States. And according to him, they have 8 employees that manage all of the dial-up for the US. You don't remember who it is? It's one of the OGs, man. It's one of the OGs. I don't want to out him, but... I'm also, Yahoo auctions is really big in Japan. It's like eBay for Japan. They don't use eBay in Japan. They use Yahoo auctions. There go all the humans. Yeah, Yahoo Finance is. They also have all those clickbait bullshits. By that I mean their sad excuse for a news site. Although their news is like almost as fun, almost as much fun as Hobo You Made Me Legitimately Jump. Yeet. Hi Hobo. How are you? It's good to see you. Jesus. Dwarves are gonna store items in stockpiles for a little bit. I mean, wouldn't you? If you were a starving author, wouldn't you just go live in the tavern too? So, Hobo, you got here just in time. The entirety of the internet exploded and fixed itself in the last hour and a half. So, I mean, isn't League of Legends supposedly building their own broadband internet just to run League of Legends? I seem to recall reading about that at one point. I don't know if Riot Games is still doing that, but or rather, I guess that would be Tencent. You were reading the Discord and you took a nap. You're like, fuck it. I'm gonna go to bed. Don't blame you. Now they're making an MMO. Well, duh. Of course they're making an MMO. That doesn't shock me at all. They're also making a fighting game. Riot has infinity money. Okay. You talk. This isn't really infinity money, but you know what Epic Games just did? Epic Games bought a fucking mall in San Francisco. An entire fucking mall. Like, nobody's using malls because there's a pandemic, and they're all going out of business anyways because Amazon exists. But they bought a fucking mall, and they're going to convert it into an office campus. They bought a fucking mall. And, you know, I know that they're just going to completely renovate the whole thing, change all the decor in the inside, and make it into an office building. But, like, please, just, like, leave the old signs up. And just, like, put desks in the old signs. And just, like, put an arcade in one of them. And, like, put a ball pit in another one. Keep the food court. Don't change anything. Just, like, fill it up with desks. It would be the best thing ever. They're not going to do that. But I wish they would. I really wish they would. I don't really like Epic. But, like, that would be really cool if they did that. Hobo will use it for sleeping? I mean, I could. I like how Good Mood James just immediately went to please make that into an arcade. Just please make that into an arcade. Okay, so merchants can claim quarters, which is good. Look how happy this fucking dwarf is. You're irritated in wearing old clothing and you led an unexciting life, but like, you just need some new gloves and... Let's make 60 leather gloves. I never got super heavily into arcades, at least not in malls. All of the arcades I went to were on boats because BC ferries. I played Tekken, and Gauntlet, and Rush 2049, and Cruisin' USA, and Mortal Kombat. Shit was fun. There's another game dev bundle on Humble. Just a shiz ton of asset packs. So if anybody's building a video game in chat and wants an assets, sure. There you go. There's a link to that. And yes, that link give me money. It's literally just like a shit ton of assets. I mean, what's Jeff up to? I mean, obviously he feels blissful remembering sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. Feels pleasure near a fine door, restless after being unable to practice a craft for too long. Well, what craft do you want to practice? How about we give you weaving, clothes making, and leatherworking? How's your baby doing? Oh, right. Yeah, you made an artifact. You are a, legendary bone carver. Yeah. Yeah. You made an artifact. You're wearing old clothing, but that's okay. You are alarmed seeing omnivore die. You watched somebody die, but you played make-believe and you enjoyed that, so you're okay. Wait, what? Jeff Bezos was the richest man in the world? Really? Oh, who's the richest man in the world now, if it's not Jeff Bezos? Is it Elon Musk? Please tell me it's not Elon Musk. I'm going to sleep. Tomorrow's my day off, so I will not be streaming tomorrow, but I'll be on Saturday. Well, he should just get into his Tesla and fly to Mars or something. I don't know. But yeah, Mad, I will be on Saturday, not Friday. Because I will be asleep. Oh. Where's that other forgotten beast? I'm very disappointed with the lack of beast-on-beast combat. Let's just make silver bin 100. And now you're into carving bones. Yes. You're pretty sure you will be evil someday? I mean, your name is Free. You're already a Dwarf of legend. You're fearful in the face of imminent danger. You find most jokes humorous, somewhat moved to mercy. Quite comfortable with those that have a different appearance or culture. Quite polite. Tends to think before acting. Can handle stress. You'll be okay. You're not that weird. I keep thinking that 2020 rivalry emote, I keep on thinking that that's a ninja emote because it looks very similar to a ninja emote. All right, well, it's 2:20. I'm gonna go get my sandwich. I kind of wanted to wait until Twitch unbroke itself before I got lunch. So since Twitch seems to have unbroken itself a little bit, I think some of them are pretty good. Yeah, so some of them are pretty okay. Some of them are also pretty fucking terrible, but some of them are pretty okay. So you know what? I will take the pretty okay alongside the terrible. I mean, at this point, anything's better than the K-pop emotes. Anyway, I will be back in a couple of minutes. I'm going to go stab myself with a needle, prick my fingers with a pen, and grab me a sandwich. I will be right back. I mean, like, does anybody actually remember Hyperscape? Because I don't. Did you know that they're, like, transitioning Hyperscape from being a Battle Royale game to just being a normal deathmatch game? Anyway, I'm going to go get my lunch now. All right, basically back. Not bad though. Getting pretty quick at this. Oh, what's wrong with K-pop? Nothing is wrong with K-pop. Okay, but those emotes that Twitch made for K-pop, really bad. They're just not good emotes. Like, they're hard to distinguish. They're small. They're cramped. They don't look particularly good, even if you zoom them in. They're just not very good emotes. It's like nothing against K-pop. K-pop's fine. But everything against those emotes, because those were just really bad emotes. Please understand. I mean, even if you weren't, my opinion still stands. Oh my god. This one actually scrolls. Is the only thing on the second page donkey blood? All right, I gotta screenshot this. And then the second one. Wow, they brought us a menacing bronze spike. How kind of them. What? Oh, they also brought us 10 donkey blood? I mean, the humans bring weird liquids in barrels. In fact, I'm surprised we haven't gotten, like, gremlin tears or something yet. It's funny, sometimes they'll give us a bunch of, like, donkey food, and then it's like, also, well, here's all the blood. I mean, of course, the blood god demands blood tributes. The irony of it, though, is there's actually nothing we can do with them. They're completely useless, and it's a bug. Yeah, they ran out of food. It's only like a 2 days trip, but somehow they still ran out of food. So yeah, chat, tonight there is a very good likelihood that there will be a late night stream tonight. I saw a human tell a story of the ascension of the human Orish, Tattoo Brims, to the position of lawgiver of the Confederacy of Sport in the late autumn in the year 119 at the Simple Dinner, and it is interesting. We're learning history. It's early autumn of the year 125. People seem to like this one. Bad. I get various little musical jam emotes to this track quite often, actually. All right. Here come all of those crafts. Oh, shit! So, yesterday, right at the start of the stream, Sui's husband died. Sui's husband was sentenced to death by our mayor. For me, well, I mean, it's covered, but I don't qualify for one. Also, I don't know if I want one, Diamond. They have their benefits, but they have their downsides. But I don't qualify for one, and won't for another year. And the whole point of like getting a pump is kind of like negated if you can't also have a continuous glucose monitor, and those are $200 every week, every 14 days, which I can't afford. So Sui, her husband was murdered, right? Put to death by the mayor. Literally days after Sui's husband was put to death, Sui married my mayor. That's a weirdly hard sentence to say. So yeah, insulin pumps are covered here. There would be an initial cost, which is rather expensive, but once I have it, I don't have to pay for anything. But like I said, I don't qualify. And now she's having kids with the fucking bloke. Anyway, anybody want to be Sui's baby? We have a baby in the fortress. Brand new baby. You know what? We're going to call you Simplex. Welcome to the fortress, Infinity. Your mum is Sui. Your dad is Focal Fury. You worship two gods. Cooler is your uncle. Oedipus? I mean, I don't know who that is. I take names from Twitch chat, so... She is the daughter of Sui and Focal Fury, and she's a dubious worshipper of the fuchsia and a worshipper of Shin, Russet Amber, the Red Rocks. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her head is somewhat short, and her hair is a crew. Her medium-length hair is arranged in double braids. Her skin is sandy taupe, and her eyes are cobalt. Welcome to the fortress, Infinity. Also, Sui feels adoration after giving birth to a girl. How many kids do you have now, Sui? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is your 6th child. Well, damn. Uncle Cooler. Cooler's your uncle. Although I think he's dead. I don't know if that's a positive or a negative, you know? You are Infinity Simplex's dead uncle. Sorry. I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Once again, we shall discuss your situation. There is much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Yes to wood. I don't even know why I'm still asking for the wood. I don't even need it. Let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your damn crafts dwarf ship, and here we have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. The baby's basically Hamlet. Basically, yeah. It's Dwarflet. Oh, okay, I understand now what you're saying. Name it Oedipus. It's Dwarfless. Dwarflet. Euristlet? No, it doesn't work. I look forward to our meeting next year. Fortunes rise and fall together, Focal Fury. And Focal Fury just keeps getting reelected. Did I not queue up a buckler? Totally did. I don't know. Cooler, what kind of uncle are you? Are you a cool uncle, or are you, like, the uncle that no one really knows? Cooler, would you describe yourself as a cool uncle, I guess? No, okay, so it's not a dead father. The mayor sentenced Sui's husband to death. The mayor then married Sui, and this is their first child. So it's Sui and the mayor having a child together. Wait, what? I mean, it's not fucked up on my screen. Oh, to not fuck up the count. Oh, I thought you said to fuck it up. I mean, here's the thing, Hobo. The second we start talking about fucking up the count, it gets fucked up. So don't fucking jinx it, sir. The Flowery Petals is a social partner dance originating in the Confederacy of Sport. This is the beauty of this game, right? We're doing human dances that we are not supposed to know. Yeah, don't fuck it up, man. Don't fuck it up. I don't know, but it's kind of cool. I'm not complaining. And they're using the Poet of Phrases, which is also music from the Confederacy of Sport, a local human government. So the human faction has literally brought their music here, and we are performing their dances and singing their songs alongside of the humans. I guess that's like a sign of friendship between our factions, that we not only know their dances, but I bet the royal treasurer literally brings his own lular to perform the dances, which is a handheld metal stringed instrument with a metal yoke and a stone body. Oh, I'm waiting for that charcoal to get queued up. Wave Thrash. Can you please go do manager things? Also, how are you doing? I like that this dwarf is like just totally fine. Went and lived somewhere else for a while. Meanwhile, board guy, pretty fucking oblivious to reality. So this dwarf was expelled about 40 years ago for murdering another dwarf. We desperately needed dwarves in the fort, so I reached out to the local groups and asked for a dwarf to come back. For dwarves to come back from the local hillixes. Are you dead yet? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. No, you're literally a child. Like, you're 3 years old. Why would you be dead? But anyway, I requested some dwarves to come back, so we actually got 2 named dwarves back as part of that. And one of them is Board Guy, who was one of the kind of original, like, in the first 20 years of this fortress. Yeah, he arrived in the Eternal Adventure Time in the year 124. He was a former member of the Eternal Adventure of Time. Left and then came back. Is utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is her tragic life. However, most of her thoughts are happy. I'm really wondering if this dwarf is actually going to recover. I mean, what are you planning on doing? Jumping off the highest tower or something? Like, I mean, you were disgusted after retching a miasma, probably because you left rotten food under your bed. You felt enjoyment after playing Make Believe. You're the son of Dragon Man. You dream of mastering a skill. You don't have any friends. That's unfortunate. But, like, I mean, you're okay. So you do. I mean, I can check on your childhood. Is that creepy? I hope not. Read the Knowledge of Literature. Okay, that I need to have a look at, because that's a new one. It's a book by Cheers Jamie. It concerns the surgical method of ligature. It is quite humorous, and has the occasional biting remark. It's passable. I love that we've moved from writing terrible books to passable books. Okay, seriously, where the heck is Wave Thrash? There you go. Which means I should have a whole bunch of dwarves go burn wood. Hopefully. Ideally. I'm gonna give a few dwarves that I know don't have enough jobs wood burning. There we go. Got a couple dwarves making charcoal now. Good stuff. This dwarf will also have something to do. Yeah, it's amazing what can happen when I can literally like just like open up your brain like an encyclopedia and read about it. Learn a lot about you fools pretty quick. There we go. Got a bunch of dwarves making charcoal now. We're into mid-autumn of the year 125. Had to cough for a moment there. Kind of hurt.
Really enjoying the channel. Helps the workday go by much faster.
Cheers, GoBot. Thanks for the $5. Glad I can help. And on days when I'm not here, there's too much stuff up on the YouTube channel. What just happened? Board to Beers. Congratulations. You now have a beer emote. Is that why you subscribed? Overlord Mari sent me my way. Take my money. Well, tell Overlord Mari that I am forever grateful for Disnuff's auto hosts, because obviously, since Mari's in charge. Cheers. Seriously, one of these days I need to like, I owe Disnuff so much it's not even fucking funny. My channel probably never would have gotten partnered, or at least not when it did. If it wasn't for Disnuff back in the day. Also, not to sell it too much, but like, that's almost a hype train. Just saying. Cheers, guys. Thank you much for the bits. GoBot and Board to Beers. Thanks for subscribing. Cheers. Welcome to a little bit of Dwarf Fort. Granddaddy Rim. You know, actually, I figured out where all my fucking bins are going. That makes a lot of sense. Let's just remove them from that. Sheesh. Suddenly this makes so much sense. Like, why don't I ever have any bins? Well, it's because they're going into these giant fucking stockpiles down here. That explains so much. There we go. I was wondering where all of my bins were going. I was like, I keep making these bins and they keep fucking vanishing and not going to the stockpiles I want them to. But now we can get them in the stockpiles that I want them. These ones. Now we're creating those masterpiece silver bins, which are just the best. And cheers, everybody, for all the bits today. That my halls aren't just square. Not only are they not just square, we're technically outside. Technically, we're outside. Here, you know what? We haven't done this much today. I'll give you a proper overview. Well, let's go up, not down. That would help if my finger was on the right button. So we have this weird tower all the way up at the top filled with bees, which we make mead from. Down the side of the hill on the outside, there's the outer wall. The lovely, lovely animal paddocks on the outside. One with alpacas, one with sheep, and one with unicorns. The actual outside wall of the fortress itself, the great pit that is Longdeath, with walkways around the tops, the constructed buildings at the bottom, the grand walkways around the edge, which will be filled with statues dedicated to every single dwarf who's ever lived here. Bedrooms around the outside, tavern in the center, various guild halls around the sides. Stockpiles, the giant lead statue terracotta army, the nice little maze for storing our ettins, giants, and minotaur, the mushroom gardens, the drainage, and all the way down here, the first cavern lair. Which we haven't done too much exploring in, because it is full of dead things and forgotten beasts. It's very bloody down there. We pretend it's not there. Makes our lives much easier. But yeah, I stream a lot of DF. DF's kind of the main shtick of the channel. I occasionally do late night streams of other things, and sometimes around halfway through the stream I will switch to other stuff, but generally it's a lot of dwarfs. A lot of dwarfs and traditional roguelikes is what we do here. And accidentally killing themselves? Sounds like you're still learning the game. Also, can I just say much respect to the fact that you've subscribed to the channel and haven't followed me yet? I kind of love that. One of my favorite things is when people come in and subscribe and they haven't followed yet. It's like, man, I must be doing something right. Or something very, very wrong. Especially when it's like not even like a Prime sub. It's like, oh, that's actually a sub. But yeah, no, this fort is 120 years old. We've been running this fort for 120 years in game time. So this is the 48th stream I've done of this particular fortress. So, that's all I have to say about that is, I'm going to be here for a while. We're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years. We've had Crusader Kings level events just like happen periodically. Dwarves cheating and marrying in and out of the family. It's good times. Of course, there's some things we kind of miss out on. That's part of the fun. Less combat, more soap opera. There's a buzzard beating up a rooster. Welp. That's okay. We can let that buzzard beat up on that rooster. Holy crap, where did all these marmots and kangaroo joeys come from? They're all caught in my cage traps. Well, I guess I'll just set them all to be slaughtered. I'm keeping my stray eagle, though. I just have this eagle that's just, like, running around. Where's the training halls? This is where I train my military, but none of them are active currently because I don't need them. This is my library. This is where I train doctors. This is where I train my masons. This is where I train my crafts dwarves. Although usually they do clothes making demonstrations there. And this is where I train my smiths. Within all the various guild halls. We have temples scattered around. We actually made a vampire who unfortunately went totally batshit bonkers and is now eternally berserk and chained up in one of my old prison cells. So I just, you know, took the door off the hinges and built a direct block in the wall. So he just lives there now. It's okay. He'll be there forever. So I have this perfectly happy, angry, tantruming, eternally berserk vampire just trying to kill everything who's just like held on his chain and just can't release himself no matter how hard he bloody well tries. Yeah, another thing since you're new here, Board to Beers, is on Saturdays we do things I call day forts. If you type an exclamation point day fort, you can actually just go download the world and everything for it. But every Saturday I do a one-shot fort, so we go in with a theme and I try and accomplish that theme by the end of the stream. And it's a good time, usually. My Mark's Dwarf struck a buzzard in the right wing, and the severed part sails off in an arc, and Lorban, the Mark's Dwarf, screams, "I must withdraw!" I mean, that's valid. I mean, a buzzard is a grand threat. I don't know how you would ever withstand such an onslaught of carnage from a buzzard. Actually, I find that dwarves don't so much mind being rained on. Like, they do get annoyed when caught in the rain. It's other things that cause them problems. It's proper trauma and PTSD. Like, being annoyed when caught in the rain is fine, but, like, I like this dwarf. This dwarf doesn't feel anything. He's just like, I don't feel anything when joining an existing conflict. It's a pity that you're a merchant and just like a hired worker and can't actually join the military, because you'd be great for that shit. Yeah, and if you go to the bottom of that document, there's different tabs listing with collections of screenshots of stuff that happened in every fort. So you can get like the little kind of brief outlines of screenshots. Like, they're not totally all-encompassing, and I only started doing them on week 3, but they're not all-encompassing, but they're the best I could do. I cannot stand by. This might require an answer. You will be okay, you dwarf. Oh, this poor guy. Poor bored guy. This dwarf actually got expelled and brought back, which was always fun when that happens. We expelled this dwarf to a local hillocks and invited him back as part of a group of workers. It's okay, though. Hasn't caused any problems. Is there anybody in prison right now? Aside from the vampire? Nope. I just realized that that's Zaloro's. That's Zaloro's bed right there, the vampire, which means I can totally just carve that out. And we can just get rid of those. That's not what I wanted. I mean, they're dwarves. They have to have some culture that makes them different from humans. Getting rained on just is part of their culture. Okay, why did all of you get... Oh, I know why you got forbidden. I know exactly what you got forbidden, actually. Unless it's a storm? I wouldn't say it's that weird. I mean, there's certainly some weird things about it, but that's certainly not the weirdest I've seen. Like, I would say that dwarves have some much weirder generic tendencies than, you know. There are certainly dwarves that have much weirder general tendencies than that. That is not the weirdest I've seen, by a long shot. Stray Weasel has been trained and immediately put to death. As they bloody well should be. There we go. This is going to start speeding things up dramatically now that we're getting all this stuff down here into bins. Excellent. Is that honeycomb? Yep, totally is. Keep on trying to keep an eye out for Forgotten Beasts fighting with Forgotten Beasts. Did you make a... Did you make a meme or like a little art flowchart for what happened? Because that's way too fucking cool. Damon. It's a meme chart, kind of. That's kind of cool. I like it. I mean, I really wanted to post this on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, but I fear it's too meme bait for the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. I mean, I know for a fact it's too meme bait, which is here's a screenshot of Rhymecraft's A Nice Mug, which its basic value is 69,600. It's a nice mug made of nice. Nice. But it's very funny to me. I'm a small child with a bad sense of humor and poor taste. And I think that shit's hilarious. That a dwarf made a nice mug. It's just such a pity it doesn't have the word nice in the name. IHQ MD. Thanks for the Prime sub. Did I have major issues with Twitch basically going down the shitter tonight? It was like half of the internet, so don't worry. It wasn't just Twitch. Like we were looking at Down Detector earlier, and like a third of the internet just like had a stroke all at the same time. I don't know what happened. It also happened yesterday around the same time. Like half of the internet just exploded. It hit literally everybody. It wasn't so bad, but like, could have been a lot worse. It was just basically chat stopped working and the site stopped loading properly. So we just kind of used Discord for chat and then went back to norm. Man, so much shit just getting stored in bins. But thank you, everybody, for all of the resubs and the new subs and all of the bits today. Thanks for keeping the streams funded. The most impressive thing to me about 2020 is the fact that I managed to survive the entirety of a year living alone and streaming full-time. And, you know, I've been streaming full-time for a while. But it was always while living with my ex. That Forgotten Beast just fell out of a fucking tree. Good on you. This whole power cut? Oh no! That blows. I wouldn't be entirely shocked if there's a botnet mass DDoSing things. I know there was a game that well, a DLC for a video game that I was waiting on at one point. And it wasn't coming out. It wasn't releasing. And then the community manager was basically like, yeah, we can't press go because Steam's getting DDoSed so hard today that, like, we couldn't release it if we wanted to. And then immediately afterwards was like, but you didn't hear that from me because we're not allowed to say anything about that. And supposedly, like, there's times where, like, games will come out late on Steam, and the reason they'll come out late is because Steam's just getting DDoSed. Supposedly that's a common thing, which is wild. How much clothing are you fucking carrying? What the hell, man? Just a whole bunch of socks. Whole bunch of pants. Everything that says hauled next to it are things this dwarf is carrying. Holy shit, that's a lot of goblets, my dude. Look at all the goblets. Look at all of them. Wow, trash battery. I mean, at least he was close to the end in that case. I mean, that's not as much of a loss. No, he's hauling them to the stockpiles. Cyrolac, what up? It's good to see you. You know, I think I've done pretty good today, considering I'm on 2 hours of sleep. We're doing all right. Today's been pretty good. Staying functional. All safe and dial. How you doing? I think I'm doing just fine. Do I seem tired? Like, am I loopier than normal? I know I'm generally pretty loopy, but like, I feel like I'm like 30% here. Like, not even 20% skill, and definitely no power of will. Absolutely no percent something. I don't know the... I need to like actually like refresh myself on the lyrics of that song. I mean, Hobo got a DM from me at like 4 in the morning my time. I'm like, I haven't slept yet. I was like, By the way, that walk I went on, pretty fucking nice. Just gonna be on. Like, it was a lovely little walk. Lovely little walk. Spent 30 minutes trying to figure out why you couldn't hear audio. It's because blame Windows Update and only your Bluetooth headset still works. Well, that fucking sucks. Have you tried unplugging everything and plugging it back in? Because a lot of things are plug and play and will automatically reinstall their drivers. You learn these things when Windows breaks your DAC, your MIDI controller, your keyboard plugin, your extra camera, your other extra camera, and your other extra camera, and its ability to communicate with your record player. Sucks, you say? I love that you just still have that going. Goats, that's great. God, if I had unlimited emote slots, you bet your ass I would have a sock emote. Just a sock, like no context, just a sock. Dude, on the topic of music production shit, while I was up all night last night shaking with anxiety, I was falling down the bad YouTube rabbit hole again of modular synthesizers. Is this not the coolest fucking shit? Is that not the coolest fucking shit? Just look at that YouTube video and also buy that sock. But like, look at that YouTube video. Just. If I had actual space and unlimited money, I would own modular synthesizers, but that's too expensive a hobby for me. It's funny, people will comment, they're like, oh, you own records, that must be such an expensive hobby. And I'm like, excuse me, what the fuck? I have a very modest record collection that fits on one IKEA shelf. That is perfectly reasonable size for a record collection. You know, I got my classical, I got my jazz, I got my hipster stuff, my like shoegaze and punk. I got my old stuff, which is also good, and I got all my video game soundtracks. And Jess, hi. Thanks for the raid. What's up? Just some old guy. What up? Did you guys survive the internet taking a shit? Today's been good. Twitch just completely shat itself. Is everybody's just rating me today? I like FG rated me, Kiri rated me, you've rated me. Yeah, I get that. If you guys don't know Jess, you should go follow Jess. She's been playing a lot of Stardew. She's fantastic. She streams kind of at the same time as I do, so you can just kind of have both streams up at the same time. She's part of my stream team. You should definitely go check out her stuff. It's clear. Everybody just waits until Blind like hasn't slept and Blind is just loopy and tired and is like thinking to himself, I'm gonna just like quietly stream for 4 hours and then shut stream off and go to bed. And then I just get raided by a bunch of people, so I'm like, well, guess I'm going for 7 hours. And then like I was just kind of thinking maybe I'll end in 10 minutes, and then you know what? Nah, I guess we'll play something for after hours. Maybe we'll just turn on Brigador or something, blow some shit up for a bit. Anybody want to just like run around in Cyberpunk Mechville and just break some stuff? How does that sound? Might do that. Cyber mech world and just raffle stomp some civilians. Be a good time. Socks for the sock god. I mean, you can buy them over in my merch store. It's a entree. Better late than never, as you always say. You're gonna go adjust the subwoofer now. Just immediately like, my subwoofer is ready for this. I have been preparing all day. There's so many dead buzzards up here. Holy shit. Pogador. Pogador. Okay, so Pogador should be an emote, but it's just like a mech that looks really excited. I don't know how you make a mech look really excited. I don't even own a subwoofer. The problem that I have with subwoofers is the one I want is $400. And like, that's kind of a lot of money to drop on a vanity item. You know, like, I'm fine with like spending $12 on a record, then 3 weeks later spending $13 on another record, and then 3 weeks later spending $20 on a record. But like, spending $400 on a subwoofer is just like, that's so much money. The same way you make a car look like it's smiling. You make a valid point. All right, guys. So I know a lot of you are here specifically for dwarves, but hear me out, okay? Today was very much a cleaning up day. We lost a couple of dwarves. We reached out to the local groups at the local hillixes and got a bunch of merchant migrants to come help with things around Longdeath. Of course, we are a trade hub, so it makes sense why we would have merchants. Our crafts dwarves have done much crafting, and we've cleared out a large portion of the boulders around the outside. We have also got a few dwarves experiencing emotional shock. They will be okay, I assure you. I ever played Elonia or Cataclysm? No and yes. No interest in Elonia. Don't like Cataclysm. I don't really like feature bloat games. I like games that are sleeker in their design, which is funny that I play Dwarf Fortress, but I don't really like the development direction that Cataclysm is going on, and Elonia is just, nah. It's too much. It's too much. No, I'm much more of a fan of like when it comes to like big open and wide games, I like Tome and Adom. When it comes to more streamlined shit, I like Jupiter Hell, I like Doom the Roguelike. I really like all of the Chaos Forge games actually. I was playing a bit of Zorbus off stream recently. I've been enjoying that. I really like Brogue. That sort of stuff. Very much looking forward to Ultimate Adom next month. I hope that that's good. PogChamp isn't an emote anymore, no, but CryptPog is. So. I mean, Cyberpunk isn't so advanced when you realize that it's actually just reality. You don't remember it being so hard to figure out what to blind the thing last time I tried it? What? Okay, there's a difference between a game not being hard to figure out and a game not being enjoyable to play. Yeah, see, I don't like bloat. Bloat isn't a selling point for me. For some people, they just want a game that has all of the content. I already have that. It's called Dwarf Fortress. I don't need another game to do that too. Some people want that. I don't need another game to do that. If you want to watch Cataclysm stuff, just go watch Worm. Worm's got you covered. I don't need to inhabit that space. But it's funny because Vorm says the exact same fucking thing about Dwarf Fortress. When people bug him, they're like, "Yo, Vorm, have you played Dwarf Fort?" And he'll be like, "I've already got one stupidly big game. I don't need another one." And that's kind of how I feel. I already got one really stupid big game, and I don't need another really stupid big game. Especially a really stupid big game that is open source and has a bajillion people working on it, all that want it to go in different directions and can't agree on shit. Not a big fan of that. God, I wish I could sleep. Sleep sounds so nice, man. Anyway, instead of just falling down the CDDA argument, or not argument, but discussion again, I will just simply say Longdeath was productive today. Maybe not the most exciting, but productive. We have progressed. Time has passed. Every couple of hours. That's not the problem I have with it. I mean, like I said, it's great if you're into that kind of shit. I personally would much rather play Jupiter Hell and get really good at it. I would rather get way into Cogmind. I would rather play a shit ton more Caves of Cud. Like, that's more my kind of speed. I like games that have a very coherent design direction, a very coherent design document behind it, a very coherent design ethos behind it that makes sense. That's what I like. I don't like games that are just systems on systems on systems on systems on systems on systems on systems. Eventually, it just becomes silly. And every time I've tried to get into CDDA, because I've put quite a bit of time into it off stream, it just feels bloated and fugly and blech. It's not for me. Not my cup of tea. I do understand why people enjoy it though. That being said, though, we are done with Dwarf Fortress for today. I'm not done with streaming, though. We'll go for probably at least another hour. We're switching games. So we're going to go play a game that I'm quite fond of. A game that simulates vehicles very nicely. No, I'm too fucking tired to play Jupiter Hell. I can't do Jupiter Hell on 2 hours of sleep. Nothing against Jupiter Hell. Although we did have a really fucking good run yesterday. CDDA is Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, yes. That being said, on the Patreon poll this month, one of the game options was Wayward, which is similar-ish to CDDA and its design ethos, and we'll be playing some of that. Not tonight, but probably next week. Definitely next week. But no, we're gonna go play some Brigador for the evening stream. Trying to think of like a title. How about this? Synth wave mechs to chill and study to. There we go. So to those of you who are here specifically for the DF related stuff, if you're peacing out now,